Oh yeah, no sound. You probably need sound to determine what's going on. Okay, so chat, if you don't know, I've been having severe tech problems over the past few days. I'm not sure if it's my ISP. I don't know if it's, my router, which, would be an issue with my like landlady. I don't know what it is, right? I'm really lost here. But oh my God. It looks like we're kind of like getting better. Are we getting better? No, but back down again. Yeah, movement, no sound. No sound? Really? Wait, are you sure? Oh wait, you're probably behind. You're behind. Okay, that's what you're doing. You're behind, and then you'll hear me, and you'll be like, "Oh, I hear you." Yeah, that's right. Because I wasn't talking when I started. I was just like, the title, the title, the title, the title, the title. What? I don't know. Sound is on now. Okay, so sound is on. What does the movement look like? What are we looking like, folks? What are we looking? What are we doing? Are we live though? Are we live? I need you to like confirm that for me. Like, are we live enough to actually stream? Um, can anybody tell me how we're doing? Are we dropping frames? Are we pausing? Are we rendering? Are we okay? It looks like it's variable right now. I'm getting very variable bit rates. You have sound. You can hear me, but what I'm really curious about is what the visuals are looking like, right? Is everything, are we pausing? Maybe if I move around and stuff like that, it'll help to determine that sound is fine. We're dropping frames. That is what I thought. That is what I thought. Dropping frames like a frame dropper, like a person at a frame store with slippery fingers. That's what we're dropping frames like. It's good for you. It's all good for you. Lots of buffering for other people. And I realize also that some people are behind, like there's like a delay with YouTube. Um, Here, let me like make my like, let me just try to like work on my image here. Dropping frames. That's good to hear. What in the hell? Maybe the chat is behind. Okay, but yeah, in what way? I mean, okay. So, movement looks okay. If y'all go back to a minute, the stream looks more fluent. Okay, so we've had some people do this, right? Some people are watching it behind, right? And it's gonna be a little weird because then you'll be saying stuff about stuff that I'm saying like a minute or more ago, however long you have to go back to. But hey, thanks for being here, everybody. It means a lot to me, even if my technology is fucked up, even if I've been posting absolute cringe lately, right? That you all are here. Like it means it actually does like mean a lot to me. Even if my hair is completely fucked up, even if like everything that I do is always wrong, even if I've got a bunch of zits on my face that are unsightly, it means a lot to me that people are like are still here, okay? It does. Everything's fucked up, chat. Chat delay, movement seems good now. Okay, okay. It might be variable, like, right? We don't know what we're dealing with. It could be anywhere, anything from somebody moved in and decided to use the same Wi-Fi channel as me, to, I don't know, my landlady got a hair up her butt, a wild hair, that's what you call it, a wild hair up her butt, and decided to put some program on that like is like, you're using too much internet. Back in my day we had 2400 baud rate and that was fine for everyone. We looked at porn in ASCII. It was ASCII porn and everyone masturbated to ASCII porn and everything was fine. She could be like that. I don't know. Destiny gives the best dating advice if you're rich. Yeah, most of Destiny's advice in general only like applies to being rich, which is funny because the dude claims to have grown up poor. I mean, I'm not disbelieving him or anything like that. He was pretty mad about getting his saxophone stolen. So yeah, I believe you, Destiny, that you grew up poor. I just don't. I'm not sure if you know what it's like to be poor right now. I don't know. Sometimes you're a little disconnected, bro. Sometimes you're just a little bit disconnected. That's wild. Going back a minute definitely helped. Okay, well, it's like this is the great thing about YouTube. This is the great thing about YouTube. You literally can't do this on Twitch. So, and we tried to stream this morning on Twitch, and it was so bad. Like the frame burglar. Well, yeah, I guess the frame burglar could have come. That's a possibility. How do you like my background? Messy Baka's solidarity. Oh my god, thank you, Middle Earth Moxus. That seriously, you have no idea like what it means to me. To have such a supportive community, even when I'm just absolutely posting cringe, I feel like I'm letting you all down. Meow. Meow. So we got a lot of shit to cover today, okay? Because we got Debate Bros. And they've been giving advice. Advice on dating. And some of that advice is a little bit sus. Oh my god, what is going on here? We are very low download speed here. Love and solidarity to you too, Sabrina. Chad Delay would be a porn name. Yeah, that could be a porn name. Wait, is that like a delay? I guess, yeah. Oh my god, chat, everything's fucked up. Okay. Wow, thumbnails are loading slow. Let's try this. Okay, so look at my history maybe. Because I had all this Debate Bro shit just like loaded up for you all. Oh my god. Yeah, that's not good. You don't think I look bad? I look stressed. It sounds like the bandwidth problem. Probably the landlady. No. That's the one I could least deal with. She, like, have you ever tried to talk to a boomer about, you know, an entitled boomer, right? Who's so entitled that, like, you know, she thinks it's totally cool to false advertise shit about the place. Like, right? This was supposed to be a separate unit. And yet I wake up every day to possibly people, you know, in the unit, right? It's separate, but it has a door that is not locked, and the you know, washer dryer's down here, so basically not separate at all. Basically, you know, part of the house, and I don't know. Anyway, you know, you're dealing with you know, the entitlement on top of lack of familiarity with technology, on top of, you know, different work experiences, not understanding how you know, things like internet commerce. You like the back house. You like the penthouse. Or the back house. The back. What am I saying? Backdrop. Yes, backdrop. Okay. Alright, so what do we have here? Oh, weird. Okay, yeah, it didn't. Oh my God, I love it. I opened these things up, but they didn't end up in the history. So we're gonna have to research. We're gonna have to search them all out again. Great. Um, oh my God. Ugh! Like, it's so weird because this morning I did a speed test and I got 80 Mbps download, right? And then I did a few things and I retested it and it was like 3 Mbps, right? It's really, really strange. There's Ben Shapiro, there's Destiny. Oh my God, I don't know what to do, chat. I don't want to start off with Xander Hall because I feel like I'm gonna get like, if we start off with Xander Hall, I'm gonna get mad somehow. Like I'm gonna like, you know what I mean? It's gonna somehow like, I need to start with somebody who hasn't like backstabbed me. Can we do that? Can we start with somebody who has it, like... Let's start with Hawes and just go ahead and we can demonetize the fuck out of the stream, because dipshit Hawes cannot, he cannot stream without, using copyrighted music. So we got some Sigma advice.
Hi, infrared. I got dumped 2 days ago and have been depressed ever since. I don't have motivation to go to the gym. Hold on one sec.
DebateBro dating simulator, yeah.
I don't have...
I could seriously do a whole stream just complaining about, like, my boomer landlords, right? I could seriously do, like, a whole stream on that.
Okay, we got that.
Or just boomer entitlement in general. Like, the way that they see us as cash cows and nothing else, right? They'll charge us fucking insane rent, but they won't even be truthful with us about, like, you know, what we're getting for that rent. Like, they don't feel any fucking obligation whatsoever. We are literally always wrong because we are young. We are always wrong. We are always the one causing the problem. If there's ever a problem, we just don't understand how shit's supposed to work, and apparently they do, right? Even though they don't know fuck all about anything, right? And they're unreliable as fuck. They can't even remember shit half the time, right? But somehow we are always the ones at fault. Like, I got yelled at for the fact that my power, like, the circuit breaker got tripped, right? Because we've never had anyone trip the circuit breaker before. Well, guess what? You installed a lighting socket as an outlet. That's not supposed to happen. You did that. You got that because you're cheap. You were doing some shit on the cheap with somebody that wasn't qualified to do what they were doing, right? That's a bad mistake. That's dangerous. That's something that she should probably get sued for, honestly, right? Because it's probably dangerous, right? But the fact that they had done that, and then they didn't tell me, and then they yelled at me, and then when they figured out that they had done it, they mentioned it, but they never apologized, because you don't have to apologize to a young person. You don't fucking have to do it. All you do is just take their money, fucking live off of them. Oh my god, Chad, I'm sorry. It's not supposed to be a boomer hate stream, but I might have boomers in my audience, right? Who aren't entitled, who are totally, like, nice, who like, you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't want to, like, I'm buying into a social construction. So no, it's not about your age. It might be about your mentality just a little bit, but, you know, even that is not something that I'm slagging anybody for. It's the entitlement, it's the it's the other stuff. It's the mean stuff, right? Not the, you know, your memory doesn't work so well, right? I'm sorry, chat. This is turning me into a super meanie butt too, and I'm trying not to be a super meanie butt, okay? Although a lot of people think I am. And if I just became a super meanie butt the next day, people would just, like, they'd be like, yeah, that's what no comment check, right? Super meanie butt. That's what she does.
Well, how do I put it? Be true to the original flame that motivated you.
There are days like that, solidarity.
Be true to the original flame that is the fucking reason you're even out here. There's a reason you're still here, dude. Be true to that original flame.
Be true to that original flame. I mean, that's pretty beautiful.
Remember that flame. Unleash the
Shaky Project. Other people are going back. If you okay, so you know how you have that red bar and you got the thing. If you take the thing and you pull it back to, like, 2 minutes before, you might be able to watch the stream on delay. You can try that, but if you need to, I understand.
The positive rage.
That is what other people are doing, though.
Keep fighting. Tap into that inner flame. Before you even met her, you had a flame.
Oh,
remember that flame.
It's never been this bad on YouTube before.
That's still you, motherfucker. Wake the fuck up. Wake up. Get to work.
Nobody else is on the net, though. Nobody. It's not a whole bunch of people. They're not here. There's nobody. There's nothing like that. Like, if anything, they got up and they went. I will say this.
Am I gonna tell you to take a day off to cry about it? No. Don't take a day off. Work. Go to the gym.
Abby Shapiro tips for dating? What? Maybe. I know there's some Ben Shapiro.
And work.
Chat, can somebody check in with me? How bad is it? How bad is it right now? Are people being able to watch this? Are people doing okay? Because it doesn't look good on my end. It does not look good at all. And he burped. That's okay. I burped too, Haas. To burp is human.
Nobody's gonna cry for you. Nobody's gonna think about you. Nobody's gonna send you notifications. And even if they are, why should you even trust them?
Notifications? What? How are we doing?
Dragon energy. Thank you, Ray Tier.
It looks bad.
Unleash the inner dragon.
No, it's not on your end. It's everywhere. It's terrible. Like, listen, my shit's fucked. Just so everybody knows that. If anybody missed that in the beginning, my shit is fucked. My internet is like, you know, it's just not working. Like, right? I don't know what's going on. Like, something happened. Somebody. Yeah, I actually don't know. We're trying to make it work.
Unleash the dragon.
But I'm seeing right now 4,000 bitrate, right? Right now 2,000 bitrate. Now 1,000 something bitrate. Now 1,000 straight up bitrate. What's next? 200 bitrate, okay? And then 100 bitrate. 300 bitrate. 2,800 bitrate. It's variable. If anybody out there knows computer stuff, and you've got an idea, and you're like, one time this happened to me, and it was tell me, just say it. I'm never gonna get mad at you for spamming computer help at me. That is like, you know, always. Oh my god.
Dragon within you. What should I do if she tries to contact me? True to that flame.
Anybody's having trouble. Some people are having success by taking their you know, taking the button and moving it like back. So, you know, on the red line, right? You just like take the button and go back to like 2 minutes before. Some people are having success with that. I don't know. You could try. People are still going to be blaming old people. It's nothing. Not all boomers. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Everybody's listening. Everybody's hearing the stuff like out, you know, oh my God, in the past, right? But yeah.
It's a fate. Do you think Genghis Khan spent his time crying about dumb, stupid shit?
Maybe.
He went where the wind carried him.
Maybe he wrote poetry and he would cry when he was writing poetry. I don't know.
Kept on winning and winning. And
I've not missed his migraine and just his voice. Well, don't worry. He's only on for. Wait, you need dragon energy from the women you're dating too?
I ignore them.
He doesn't know what an inside voice is. Do you want to look at chat? Wait, can you? Are you seeing something in chat going on that's like? Okay. I'm gonna switch it over to. It's working fine around 50 seconds behind. Good. I don't want it. Somebody said it was slightly better. I don't want to jinx it. Anyway, okay, so we're gonna look at. I can't remember one of these guys. We're gonna look at one of these dating coach guys. I can't remember which one, but it looks like Destiny looked at them. I don't know how long ago. This is Destiny, so who knows? This might be older than 4 months. We'll take a look at this.
Press pause! No, press pause!
I'm Azim, 21 years old. I was told I was gonna go on 3 speed dates. Also having like some dating coaches in my ear, right? They're gonna kind of help me along, you know?
All right.
To be honest, I am terrified of dating. I've only been on like really 5 dates. I'll be like, oh God, I don't really think they like me. I think I'm just talking to them. I think I'm just annoying now. I think it's just better like if I like just
It's
stop
working
talking. I think
now?
it's
Yeah,
lost some
nice.
doubt in myself, you know?
My name
Hey, this is the nice thing about YouTube. It might cause some confusion when you respond to something I said, like, you know, 7 minutes ago, but at least you'll be able to watch the stream.
is Eric Leonard.
Unleash the cast gender. We've got some Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson very much gives advice on this stuff. So known as the Portland dating coach.
I'm Cora, dating relationship
Okay, so
expert.
these
I'm
are
Irene.
dating coaches.
I'm also a dating coach.
All
Yeah.
right, you're doing something really brave here. We've got your back, and I think we're gonna bring in your first date.
Dating coaches, really?
But hey, how you doing?
Good.
Oh, what is this? What is this?
He's so nervous.
I would be too.
Just as a heads up, the premise to this is entirely ridiculous. You will never be successfully coached through a date over a fucking phone call. Like, you might be able to help somebody through like texting, but not in a live interaction.
Through texting. Oh my god, yeah, just a second. Oh, hey, you have very pretty hair. You know what I mean? They're like looking at their phone and getting...
You can't be listening. Like, you're not playing fucking League of Legends. You don't have, coaches on the line.
Squash your feelings and get back to the grind, hustler. I used to unironically believe this shit. Yeah, exactly.
Tell you what play to make. Like,
Usually it's NCC trying to catch up with the chat, but today it's the chat catching up with NCC.
This is absolutely, like, I understand it's just for entertainment, so it's like a meme, but like...
I'm Azim, by the way.
Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Kat. High five? Yeah.
This isn't advice, this is incel propaganda.
What?
Ooh. You know what, though? Shout out to
Wait.
And I'm going to say this.
Wait, is Destiny watching... wait, I think... Okay, is this right? Destiny's watching these two. These are dating coaches, right? And these two dating coaches are commentating on a show where an incel gets advice from other dating coaches? Is that what's going on? Is that how deep this is? Oh, it's working great on delay. Awesome, Bob.
Even just showing up.
True.
My man came through, and even though he's nervous and he's bumbling, he's moving forward. So right off the top, I got to give it some love.
True.
Because a lot of y'all be hitting me up. What do I do? Have you tried? No. Good. Die alone. Hey,
people don't think people.
Whoa, nigga, your hair look nice today.
Thanks. I don't like compliments, you know that.
No?
Not a fan.
When I give a compliment, it's not about you, it's about me, though.
I know. That's what I said.
Do you think it's intentional that it looks like this guy's hair is like this guy's beard, and then this guy's hair is like that guy's beard?
What did you... What kind of question is that?
A little bit?
What is that question?
How does it feel to have someone like telling you what to do? Is that uncomfortable?
It's really
Genghis Khan confirms Sigma.
surreal. So, Kat, so what brought you?
Oh, and they know that he's got like a dating... This is such a weird setup. What is even the point of this? But okay.
Someone like telling you what to do. Is that uncomfortable?
It's really surreal. So, Kat, so what brought you to this thing? Like, what made you come here? You know?
Honestly, I still don't know because
What's a nice girl like you doing at a shitty stream like this?
I was like, this year I'm just going to do a stay single 2021. And here I am going on a date. So
Hey chat, what's a nice chat like you doing it on a stream like this?
you said,
Oh my god, no, that makes it sound like I'm hitting on chat. Okay, you can just pretend you didn't hear that.
That's the takeaway.
Ask her why she wants to stay single.
Why'd you want to stay single? Why single 2021, you know?
Staying single 2021 is more like working on myself.
She wants you to step up and talk about yourself.
So, like, I graduated in UW from a biology degree.
I'm so sorry.
He's got him in his ear. And oh my god, this is a weird setup.
But that is absolutely never true. Nobody on a date ever gives a fuck. I'm sorry, I'm being cynical. Now, ding, 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 qualifier for this angry separator post. I am kind of cynical, okay? Nobody wants you to ever fucking... If you think you're talking about yourself is like body odor. If you think you're doing it a little, you're actually doing it way too fucking much.
Oh my god.
Okay? Careful with that. Unless you think that you're an actual really good storyteller, and if you don't know, you're not. I'm sorry. Or like you are getting like a lot of like verbal like laughs or like good response to the person. Like be very, very, very limited on like how much you talk about yourself. Like nobody gives a fuck where you graduated from college. Nobody gives a fuck about what you do for work. Like unless they actually like, oh, like I'm into music, and you're like, oh shit, like I produce for this studio. Like unless it's like directly, they don't give a fuck about this shit. Okay, don't. Be careful, okay?
It's probably good advice.
Nice.
And it's probably good advice.
Like, really what I'm trying to...
I overshare, chat. I don't know. Like, I just get into modes of like, like here's the deal. naturally, I'm not a big talker. I don't share a lot, right? I'm pretty reserved. But when people want to talk, then like I get into it, right? You know, I'm like, okay, social self on, right? And I never know how to dial it back. You know what I mean? Because like Destiny said, they don't want to know about your school. They definitely don't want to know about your streamer bullshit, right? They don't want to know about any of this shit. They don't want to hear about any of this shit, right? And but like what happens is it's just like, you know, I can either have that tap turned on or off, and I have a hard time reeling it back.
Do with that is I'm trying to become a doctor, really specifically like a pediatrician, you know.
Ooh, drink energy. That sounds like a good idea, chat.
I'll be honest with you guys, the biggest piece of advice
I can have soda pop.
Just ask them questions about them and push with those questions.
What a piece of shit. This guy, he's on the grind because he's copied my videos. But he's absolutely right, 100%. This is actually the 100% correct thing.
You got to be inquisitive. But there's a natural way to go about conversations where the other person gets to talk a lot about themselves, and to provide the conversations free-flowing and fun, they'll enjoy it. And me personally, my advice, dudes, is you're better off asking questions about them than being the one who just talks about himself out of nowhere.
I'm tempted to respond to you, chat, but you're saying some of these things like 5 minutes ago, and I know that if I say it now, you won't remember by the time we get there.
I'm not saying it's necessarily bad, but the opposite's actually better.
Yep.
True.
Here's the difference between men and women. A woman who talks about...
Oh, no worries. If you have to be behind to be able to watch the stream, I totally understand. It's on my... It's my shitty internet at the end of the day.
Yes.
Right?
Absolutely.
So if you just are volunteering...
I would say that in terms of, I'm going to be very realistic, okay? So if you're incel or red pill, you'll be having things. In terms of average dating market dynamics, that's probably
dating
true.
Market dynamics?
If the guy
oh my
is
God.
more desperate to try to find a date or attention, then the guy's probably going to be playing a little bit harder into the girl, so that's probably true.
Playing
but
a
if
little
you're a girl
harder into
and
the
you're
girl?
really interested in a guy, then you should be asking the
sounds
guy
like
questions and shit. When I talk...
Playing harder into the girl sounds like we're playing basketball, and what you're talking about is you're gonna risk charging me, like, right? You're gonna, like, I'm guarding the basket, and you're gonna run into me, right? That's what I'm getting.
Talk about like mental tricks to conversations, even though they're not like disingenuous tricks. Like, I know how a lot of these work, but if people do them to me, it still feels good. Like, I'm still really excited if somebody asks me a question about myself or asks me a question about whatever, even if I know that, like, oh.
But I get tricked by it. I get tricked into thinking that they actually want to know. I just, like I said, I lose I get, it's really easy for me to just kind of like, here's the deal, chat. I have two modes, okay? One mode is I am myself. I am, boundaries are up, right? And then the other mode is that, like, we are connected via a neural link, and we're basically sharing brains. We basically have the same brain at this point. I don't know how to be in the middle, where I'm just like, okay, share just enough, share just a little bit, share a little bit, not too much, right? I don't know how to do that.
Like, they might be doing this, blah, blah, blah. Like, it's still fun to talk about myself, right? So if you're even if you're a girl going after a guy, if you like don't know if this guy's seeing a lot of girls or if he might not be like super into you or whatever, like, these are like good ways to leave a good impression in that person's mind. Like, I think it's still important to do this regardless.
A bunch of information. A woman's gonna be like, when are you going to start talking about me? Whereas if a woman's constantly talking about her things, guys are like, we still tonight? We don't have that same thought pattern. We don't.
Bars.
I've had so many girls tell me, oh, the guy just talked about himself the whole day. I have never heard a dude say, she didn't ask me any questions about me. That you never heard that. Never. So that's the difference between the two.
It is a big difference.
And that's also why I would never take advice from female dating coaches.
No, I wouldn't. I would be skeptical. I'd be like, okay. But who are you giving the advice to?
I think it super depends on what you're going after.
I feel like there needs to be, like, what I need is dating advice for people with boundary issues. I need everything advice for people with boundary issues, because I seriously do. Like, that's what it feels like. Like, for me, boundary issues manifest in that way of, like, like, I'm not necessarily always, open, but once I'm required to open myself, I don't know how to close myself off again, right? And then if, like, somebody gets in there with me and is really comfortable and starts to have expectations, I treat those expectations as like, oh yeah, no, this is how people would expect that. Like, I should be doing this for them, and like, I never even notice if they're really imposing on me. They're really crossing boundaries. I don't even notice, because it's like I'm either open or I'm closed. And if I'm open, I'm like, here, do you need my admin password, Monica? Monica, here you go. Here's my admin password. Let me give you my stream key too, Monica. Because I trust you implicitly, Monica.
Like, if I just wanted to fuck a girl and she didn't ask me
And
questions...
it turns out Monica only had one thing on her mind.
Because, like, it super depends on the dynamics. If you're just trying to fuck somebody...
Power. What did you think I meant? Pow, obviously. Monica, I'm not saying that. I'm talking about power. You want power. That's what you want. That's what this is about, right? Wait, right? That is what this is. I'm pretty sure that's what this is about.
You just want them to have a good time, to be left with a good impression. If you think we had a good conversation, if it feels like I'm investing in your story, then we're probably going to fuck. It's probably good. Then whatever. But if you're trying to date somebody and they're not asking you questions and they don't seem interested, I think that would hurt me. I think I would be... No, I'm not going to be like upset.
I mean, there's some guys that would play that off as like Sigma energy. That's what the Sigma should be like. I don't care. You know, you have to care about me, but I don't know. I feel like this is contrary to the Sigma
not
consensus.
Like angry or crying, but like, oh fuck, like that didn't really go that well. Like if I'm seeing a girl that I just want to fuck, the goal is to make her feel as good as possible on the date, and then we hopefully fuck at the end of the night and we're cool. If I'm seeing a girl that I like and I'm engaging in a conversation.
Okay, here's another thing that I have. Okay, and I'm gonna alienate the audience here, or some of the audience, right? I'm probably demisexual. Okay. And, like, a lot of people hear that, and that means, oh, so you fuck all your friends. No. That's not how it works, okay? What that means is that you have to be my friend first to, like, I have to know you. Like, I have to, you know what I mean? Like, what it means really for me is that, like, I can't fuck on a first date. I can't fuck on a second date. I probably can't fuck on a third date, right? Like, I actually want to get to know somebody, all right? And I don't know, does that sound old-fashioned? Does that sound like, I feel like I'd lose a lot of people here, right? But, like, honestly, it's weird having sex with somebody that you don't really know that well. I've done it before, and it's always felt weird to me, and I don't like it.
And she doesn't seem at all interested in me or any of my things. She doesn't ask me questions. Like, when I get a lot of...
Chat, do you come here often?
Interactions with women like that, I start to assume, okay, this person's not interested, and then I disconnect, because, like, you don't seem like you care much, so fuck it. So, I mean, like, I'd be a little careful going, like, too far off into one end.
Maya good, and Maya... and NCC bad.
Apply to both men and women when it comes to sexual interactions.
We're gonna feed the copy pasta artists today. We're gonna feed them. They're gonna be like, oh, see, NCC, Maya, that's two personalities. Two personalities, those are her alters.
Girls, cool. Guys?
No, I don't recommend it at all. I don't recommend dudes take advice.
I'd be like,
Viewing him.
Where are you like looking to go?
I'd like to stay here, you done mad because like.
Wait, what is it? Hold on.
That's the thing. My haters don't feel okay unless their tinfoil hats are wrapped on like 6 times too tight. Like, they need to have rubber bands around their tinfoil hats, so they're cutting off all the circulation to their brain, and only then can they properly theorize about how many alters does NCC have? Do the different colors of hair perhaps represent those alters? You know, is she a different person now? Does she realize that she, oh my god, they love to have fucking fan theories. They love to have fan theories. And Jesus Christ, if you think that I'm like some kind of like computer wizard, and like a secret agent girl, and all the things that have been attributed to me, like I swear to God, it can't be one person. I almost understand why they want to put why they want to put that on me, right? Because it just doesn't make sense. If you believe all the copy pasta, if you believe all the lies, then I couldn't just be one person. It's impossible.
Done mad because like it'd be nice to
like looking to go.
I'd like to stay here, you done mad because like
Am I having a stroke? Because UW Med? I don't.
UW Med. Okay, he hasn't been to Seattle. Wait, he was just in Seattle. He should know. Look, I know this. I lived in Seattle for a while, right? UW Med is like the University of Washington. They call it the UW. I mean, I guess it makes sense. If you haven't been, it's a Seattle thing. But I was just like, wait, UW Med? That's like a completely normal thing.
I don't know what the fuck he's saying. Hold on.
I'd like to stay here, UW Med because like it'd be nice.
Oh, like UW Med, like he wants to go to med school or something. Okay.
All my friends.
He figured it out.
Hopefully be here with you, too, but like...
Press pause.
Yo, he's giving little jabs. Okay. I ain't mad at that.
He went for a right hook when the person could see through the guard.
Hey.
Saw it coming. It wasn't the right time, but he went for it. Right? He wasn't just...
I think like a little joke like that is probably fine. I don't,
Just there being passive. He shot his shot. And it was a bad shot. Airballed it.
Spam meow until we catch up.
But I respect it.
Meow.
Right? Don't pull a Ben Simmons where you don't take any shots in the NBA Finals game. conference finals. Don't be that dude.
Wait, are you watching it on 1.25 speed? Is that how you're gonna catch up?
So respect to him for that.
Oscar de la Hoya.
Okay.
Diego Corrales, my nigga, keep jabbing. Let's go.
Well, we'll see.
They're not really vibing.
She's really quite still with this whole thing, right? While he has this notable animation.
I definitely think he's intimidated by her.
What about you? You lived through your whole life? How about?
Oh no, I went to high school in Michigan.
It's getting a little bit like informational. Bring the conversation to a more playful place.
So tell me, what kind of hobbies do you do? What do you like to do for fun? You know?
What do I do for fun?
Yeah.
I don't know how he's gonna. I don't know how he's gonna like get anyone interested. When he's got like 3 people in his ear, and you can kind of see he's not present. That's it. He's not present. He's in his head / in the ear, listening to the advice, right? He's not present, and that's his problem, right? And it's coming across, right? It's coming across as like kind of like false confidence, right? Of like, okay, well, I know exactly what I want to ask, like I do this too, like you can tell it sometimes when I'm talking too fast and it's because I'm nervous, right? You can tell the difference between talking fast because you're confident and you know what you're about, and talking fast because you're nervous, right?
I have a cat.
Okay.
It's my cat's birthday today, actually.
Oh, happy birthday to the cat.
Yeah, thank you.
Meow.
God, fuck. What does playful mean? What kind of hobbies do you have? I feel like, fuck. I would say it'd be fun to do sample conversations, but I feel like it would be cringe.
They can't deal with multi-dimensional characters. Oh
when
my
I'm
god.
asking people questions, I'm trying to think of like, what are the things that like drive you? So like, there's like a couple answers that
I'm surprised anybody hasn't like hypothesized that maybe I'm possessed, or maybe maybe I've got an AI program that's associated with my personality that sometimes like uses me. The code is like derived from me, but it's installed on 2B2T, for instance, and other programs, perhaps on some sort of Discord architecture. It might be also, and so it's kind of like, it's not like. I'm surprised somebody hasn't come up with a theory like that, right?
Yeah, let's say it's like,
that I'm secretly controlled by Nerds Inc.
What do you do for work? And somebody's like, oh, like I work down at like, I work for Google or whatever, and I do like programming. And it's like, oh, like why? Like, what is that, like a fun job for you? Or do you? And they're like, I don't know. I just do it. So, right? Okay. I move off the topic. Like they don't care that much. I'm not going to ask them 50 million fucking questions about a topic that they're not very enthusiastic about. But like, let's say that I ask somebody a question like, oh, like, what do you do for work? Like, oh, I'm a teacher at the local school. I work with like special needs children. And I'm like, oh, that sounds like a pretty difficult job. Why special needs children over like, teaching non-special needs? And like, if I start to get like a more detailed answer, like, oh, well, I had like a couple experiences, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Oh, now you've got like something where it's like, they're giving you a little bit more and you get like hooked into it. And you're like, okay, you have like a big interest here and I can ask you questions.
Okay. I feel like Destiny and the coaches and everybody, they're trying to get at the same thing that I'm trying to get at. But what I'm trying to get at is have a normal conversation. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're not trying to get at that. Am I the only one who, like, if I go on a date with you, I just want to have a normal conversation. I don't want to be stilted. I don't want to be calculating. I don't want to be thinking, like, what should I ask you? Should I talk about, like, this, you know what I mean? Like, I want to ask you things about your life that I'm interested in, right? And if I'm not interested in, I won't inquire greatly, right? Because then I'm like, if I start saying like, systems information manager, what's that like? What is your normal day like? And you start going off about all the tickets that you managed and my eyes like glaze over. I think you're going to hate me more than if I didn't ask you about what it's like to be a systems information analyst or whatever, right?
Divining that big interest, and it's
You're
probably
back.
something that you very rarely
Are
get
you
to
back?
talk to another person about. So you're going to have a lot of fun divulging that
power of
information.
Christ
Because you don't
compels
get
the
to explore
bandwidth.
topics that you're passionate about with very many people, especially strangers ordinarily.
Yeah, she's on a date with the 3 people in his ear.
I think that,
Exactly.
so like they're kind of right when you're talking about like what is like find a fun topic, but the fun topic is going to be like what kind of like topic they're
You just got to find something you're both interested in. That's the secret, right? It's like you feel somebody out and you see what they're about and you can find something that is fun for you and is fun for them and then talk about that. Am I wrong?
passionate or really interested in. Not like,
maybe I don't
do you
know
like
how.
dogs
Maybe I
or
shouldn't
cats,
be giving dating
right?
advice.
Like, you should be like trying to like talk through like where find like the things that are the most interesting for them to talk about, and then hook into that and get more information about that, I think.
Oh my god, hook into that. He's everything about him is just giving me red flags. Like Destiny sounds like the way he's talking is like, okay, here's the deal. Oh yeah, he said it. He said it up front, didn't he? Or not up front, but he mentioned this, right? You know, hopefully we have sex. Blah, blah, blah. Like so Destiny's trying to steer the conversation into like a conversation that ends up in the bedroom, right? And that feels weird. Like, if you ask me about my life and it's because you want to have sex with me, that kind of feels weird. I don't know, right? Like, I hope I would pick up on that, but if I didn't, I don't know. This is weird, right? Because it's like, he's too...
Okay.
You don't want
he's too goal-oriented, right?
You're asking of questions to seem like a questionnaire. What hobbies do you...
The problem with Keep It Playful is that you either have the gift of gab or you don't. It's being able to riff off of what they're saying versus putting them onto a cringy 20 questions. Yeah, and that, fuck, I wish there was a good advice for that. And sometimes on stream, there's probably examples of me doing this really well, and there's probably examples of me fucking up. Because, like, honestly, you can't do it all the time. But, like, I think it's a super good skill to be able to, like...
I don't think Destiny would be able to have sex with me.
Joke back and forth.
I don't think it would happen.
I was gonna raise and then it didn't work out.
Oh, no. Like all of your relationships.
I had long, healthy relationships, okay, with people who were in the same location and not in another
Really?
continent.
I didn't know we were counting family now.
Aw, at least I didn't cheat on my significant others.
Well, that's easy to do when nobody's interested in you.
No, I'm just a nice, faithful human.
This is a date? This is like speed dating stuff?
Something you could take notes about.
That's good. If I was you, I would need faith in God to get through every day.
Okay.
What is he playing? What it looks like blackjack.
Now we're
Is it blackjack?
But then also to like make it serious as well. Like I think that the best things in life usually come in combinations like that. Like Scrubs is a really funny show and it's nice to watch, but like the serious episodes like hit really hard because it's like it's really good to be able to, you know, like
I guess I used to watch Scrubs, but it
vibe that up. But then you also
I vaguely remember a giant doctor and a knife wrench. And what's that guy's name? Who's the super meanie butt on that show? I don't remember the guy. There was one doctor that was super mean the whole time. I just wanted to kick his ass.
also have to be careful.
What's that
too,
guy's
you
name?
Don't, like, you don't
curly hair. He's older than JD and Turk. What is his name?
Cross a line or say something like too much, right? Like, oh, you work with special needs kids? Oh, well, that's great. Like you're doing.
That's pretty much how I imagine a date with Destiny going. He's negging and playing a game on his phone.
Really,
yeah,
like, right at home. You know, like that's probably not a joke that I would go with. Not on date one without knowing the person, unless they say
Dr. Cox. That's the perfect name too. Of course, he's Dr. Cox. I was like Dr. Dickhead, Dr. Asshole. What is this fucking Dr. Cox? Yes.
They have dark humor or something, maybe, right? But yeah, like you just have to be like, yeah, to go back and forth between like the serious and the joking is that's like a learned skill. That takes a lot of practice, but you have to practice or you're never good at it.
I don't want your asking of questions to seem like a questionnaire.
Yeah, don't. This is why I'm kind of opposed to like people will be like the 20 most interesting questions asked on a date. That would be if I was like with a person that I'd never met before, and I was like, if you could meet one person in history and talk to them, who would you talk like? That kind of like a rubric for a conversation, I don't think is.
Hobbies do you do? Where do you live? What part of town? You don't go through every sequence together. If you ask about the cat and she says, "Oh, my cat, it was his birthday," I'm like, "Yo, dope. Did y'all get him a cake? How many candles?"
You have to go on. You have to go into the questions. Yeah.
Yeah. What
he said, the build on it, yeah, is really important. When they give you something, you build on it because you want to keep going. Yeah.
What kind of cat is?
What kind of? Yeah. Even if you don't give a shit.
Yeah, and what if the cat's name is Casper? It's like, yo, you just waiting for him to die? Like, you're already ready for the afterlife? You can interject.
Oh, so he's doing the thing.
Okay, listen. Here's some really important dating advice, okay? If you're on a date with me and I have a cat, don't talk about my cat dying. Please, God, no, please, no. Okay? How bad are you gonna feel if my cat dies, like, in the next week? How bad are you gonna feel? Don't do it. Just don't do it.
I've talked to him before. I think he's copied my shit. No, I'm just kidding. That's a joke. Please don't pay that. But yeah, he's absolutely right. Like being able to bounce back and forth between like the joking and the serious.
One person in history, Phineas Fogg. Wait. No, I was like, is he a time traveler? No, he's just like He's just a... Wait, he kind of is. He technically went back in history 2 days. If you've read the book, you know what I'm talking about.
Like is such this is such a
by crossing the or maybe it wasn't 2 days, but it was like 1 day by crossing the international date line.
Powerfully, this conversation will leave a powerful imprint in their mind. Yeah.
Humor into the little funny things, and then it doesn't make it feel like a question, but like a fun reveal. You understand what I'm saying? So that's where you go with the leading question, but then you follow up with that to make it not so. Okay, that's your cat.
Cat.
What's your
Cat.
sister's name? Oh, Gemini. Great.
Yeah. No, but like honestly,
Tell her she's intriguing, has a little bit of an edge. She's got pink hair.
Let me just say real quick.
Don't fucking say that. Don't fucking say that. Don't fucking say that.
Like you got pink. You got like the little highlights in your
Okay,
hair.
if he says it, okay. If he says it better than she said it, maybe.
These things got like going in your life, and
Say,
like
I'm intrigued by you.
I'm super intrigued.
That's awkward.
That I think there are definitely times, there are a few safe compliments for women. One is if you know anything about makeup, if you can tell they're wearing like mascara or eyeliner or something, usually like, or like
oh my god,
nails
can you tell I'm not wearing makeup today and that's why I look like such shit?
done, like, or the hair's done. You can like lead with that or whatever, but interjecting shit like that in the middle of conversation is so unimaginably fucking awkward.
I'm tempted to go over and do my hair during stream.
I can't imagine ever doing it because it feels like that feels like a Hail Mary. You're like fumbling, they're like, your hair is really pretty, by the way. Like that feels like an absolute fucking Hail Mary.
Do you think that's what she was trying to do? Trying to pull his bacon out of the fire?
Learning about
trying to pull his calzone out of the oven?
makeup helped me so fucking much.
Chad, I really like
makeup
calzones,
compliments
by the
are
way.
usually really good because if you know anything about makeup, like
if I'm dating a girl and she asks me about my makeup and then she asks me like what shade is that or something like that, that's fine, right? Because she's just really asking about makeup, right? But I mean, unless the guy's like into makeup too, like I just don't understand. Like if a guy asks me about makeup, I'm a little bit like, you know, do you do like theatrical makeup? Do you know where's your interest coming from, right?
like no guy ever compliments a woman like a guy
I shouldn't be so gender essentialist. Like anybody can wear makeup or not wear makeup like I'm doing today.
Anything about mascara will never happen because guys don't know anything about eyelashes. Like women do that shit and the guys don't even notice. So if you can like ever point shit out like that, that's
hey guys, mascara on guys is hot, just so you know, right? I don't know what Steven's talking about, but I think mascara on guys is like, if you're gonna do eyeliner, do mascara too. Why not?
a really good, but like it has
Super
to be
cute.
done in a pretty tactful way because that can sound really creepy really quickly or whatever. Like
Giving him straight line. I know, right?
wow, your foundation, I can't even tell where it starts and stops. You match your skin tone so well. Like it's gonna sound really fucking weird. Yeah, I would generally like stay away from stuff like that. Like I don't know.
If you're on the back foot,
Is that Revlon number 603?
okay, and she's getting an awkward vibe, the last thing you want to do is be like, I'm so intrigued by you, looking like you want in your...
Yeah, fuck. Okay, I have to keep pausing because if I don't say it first, she's gonna say it, and then it's gonna sound like I'm copying her shit. But this is true, yeah.
needing more. That's not how you turn it around. That's not how you turn it around. If a girl's like kind of awkward and feeling weird for me, I would be like, oh my God, you're so beautiful. No, it's gonna make her feel weird, right? I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
Straight
This
away.
advice is...
Oh yeah, pre-watched. True.
Yeah, straight away from compliments.
Yeah.
That's what I'm gonna say. I had a question.
Steer
like
away
that.
from
People
compliments?
question
Are
me,
they gonna
they're
like
"Yo,
suggest negging
what
instead?
do I do? Like in my language, pickup line sounds very rough, and girls don't reply to hi. If you want to wow a girl, you have to get outside the box. Okay, don't do the obvious thing. If she has beautiful eyes, don't talk about her beautiful eyes because
I don't think eyes are good. I think that like the two, like these are cheap cheating ones and they seem to always work. It's like if somebody's done their hair, you can notice like, oh, hey, like your hair is nice. Like, cool. It looks good. Or like if they're wearing a dress, it's like, oh my God, that's such a cute dress. Like, nice. Like, those are like the two like really safe ones. Getting any more intimate, like, oh my God, you have such full, nice lips. Or like, oh, your eyes are so beautiful. You're ramping up the romance level like a million times there. And if this is like a first date, it's probably not appropriate. Like you're moving on to like, you're getting into like very, yeah. Or nails is another.
Like, I just, like, the biggest thing I would suggest not doing is asking a question that you're not really interested in. Because, like, I feel like that's going to come through. And it's going to seem weird. It's going to, like, for me, it's going to set me off.
Good one, too. If they, like, if they just
Here's
painted
the easy
their
one.
nails
Yeah.
or whatever. But, like, anything more than that, I think you're getting, like...
You're making me, like, I'm, like, worried about my hair now. Like, my hair looks like shit
really
today.
into weird territory. Oh, you have such a nice cleavage.
I wish he wouldn't do that.
One, because
I know he's trying to describe, like, you know, creepiness, right? So he's doing that to be creepy, but
that all their life.
It's working. It's working.
It's not her fault. She ain't got nothing to do with that. 3, every guy that she's been with or she's seen talked about her eyes. Go outside the box. I would actually avoid compliments that are obvious. If you like in her style, that's one thing. If you like her vibe, that's another thing. Her eyes or Erica, things that we like, you know what I mean? But use it like spice. You know what I mean? Seasoning your food is good, but too much salt is high blood pressure. You understand what I'm saying?
You know?
I really appreciate that, although I don't know how much of it is like your earpiece, they're in your head, or...
I won't reveal that.
Say you'll find out on the second date.
Say
You'll find out on the second date.
Second date.
When I don't talk at all.
Maybe this is the editing.
The funny thing is that line could work, but it would have to come organically. Like if she was like, I don't know if that's you or the earpiece. If he would have snapped back quick, like, well, you'll find out on the second date. That works. That actually 100% works. But he can't like wait. She's like, I don't know if that's you or your earpiece. And he's like, yeah, I don't think.
Voyagers?
Or I'm not going to reveal that. You'll know on the second date. Right? Like it doesn't work at that point, right? Yeah. Like delivery is like 85% of the shit on these. Like
it was like zero to little, no chemistry.
Hey, so let's say hypothetically, right? Let's say we're on a second date, right? Let's say like I plan a picnic for you, right? Would you be into that?
A picnic?
Already like.
Listen, you better be a picnic expert because most picnics I've been on it's just not fun, right? I don't know. If you can make a picnic fun, if you can show me that picnicking is good, then yes. But like, if you don't know how to do that, then maybe no.
Looking forward to the next date.
Okay. Oh my God, that's so desperate. Oh, don't do that. The only piece of the most insular red pill shit I will ever tell you guys is, and I might be projecting a little bit because this is definitely true for me, but like sensing like any amount of like desperation for whatever reason is like the ultimate destroyer.
Girl once complimented the bone structure in your face, said I looked like Elijah Woods. My friends later told me she was hitting on me. I had no clue.
Of any attraction. As soon as, or at least for...
Yeah, I just thought she was into phrenology.
For me, that is the case, and I've heard that from a lot of other people too. If you feel like desperation, it's like, oof, I'm completely over this. I am drier than the Sahara Desert. I'm out of here. Don't ever give off like that vibe of like super desperation. Whew.
Okay, yeah.
Like, Doug, you haven't even sealed the first date, okay? How are you already like pointing ahead to?
It's at the end of this date.
Thanks so much for joining me. That was fun.
Great to meet you.
Are they still talking to you?
Yeah, they're still in my ear, but I just want to say real quick, thank you so much for being, I really do appreciate you.
For sure, yeah. Okay. Oh, okay.
How did that go for you?
It feels a little weird, like, I feel like almost ingenuine. I don't know, it's a weird feeling, but I feel good. Yeah,
what do you think of him so far?
I don't think he feels worthy or
that was a real show.
Feels comfortable approaching a woman.
She was in fact questioning his
they're
sincerity.
gonna blame him. Like a lot of it was the fact that he's like it's an awkward situation to begin with, and like you know what, they probably edited stuff out, like where, you know, she says something to him and he's like, that is a very nice handbag that you've got. You know what I mean? It was like,
but I think if I can be completely
like those,
well, no shit, he's got a fucking
I don't think we're even seeing all the awkwardness.
Earpiece on, like
was in fact questioning his sincerity a lot. I think if I can,
this is like a personal trainer thing, right? So, how should I put this? Many times when a personal trainer's advice doesn't work out, it's because it's not followed. But that's not certain. And a lot of personal trainers, just like if they have a client that isn't losing weight or isn't achieving their goals or whatever, they'll just put it off on, like, yeah, shitty client with no, like, you know what I mean?
To be completely honest, I'm not.
It feels like the kind of thing of just like blame the recipient of your advice rather than blaming your advice, right?
Convinced she wants to see him again.
Yeah, no fucking shit, Sherlock fucking Holmes.
Captain.
She asked you to come back to her place so she could do your hair at 1 a.m. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Hey, is this really your profession? You guys are trash at your job. He doesn't seem like he has too much confidence. What gave that away? His fucking fumbling for 10 minutes?
Or maybe the fact that he needs you in his ear to go through like 3 speed dates? Like,
wait, there's gonna be more of these?
You guys have nothing
Stop saying pre-watched.
insightful to say? Jesus Christ. You know what's crazy is the girl in the middle is actually the best one out of all 3 of these. The other 2 are useless. Listen, I'm sorry. There's a lot of people who are dating coaches, okay, who are trash at what they do, who probably don't really get out there that much.
And release. This will calm down your nervous system.
When she enters, look into her eyes and do like a little water cheers. You're James Bond. Oh.
The other thing is you've literally got 3 cooks in the kitchen. And one of them's saying, let's make a dessert. The other one's saying, we're going to make some spicy, we're going to make spicy enchiladas. And the last one is saying, we're going to make lemon chicken, right? It's just too much.
What?
Oh, like this?
The trainers had to gain and lose the weight to learn how tough it was to lose again. Yeah.
Did y'all bring these dating coaches to sabotage him? Do you think this is... Cheers. That's
Holy shit,
corny.
yo, this guy's fucking me up.
That's corny.
Hey.
Hi.
Don't forget the cheers.
I forgot the cheers. I'm sorry. They got. I don't know. You know, they got me.
I don't think I could. I don't think I could have, like, I think I'd be awkward on a date too if I had a sound piece in my ear.
My ear and like, I'm real. I forgot what they're trying to like. They told me to say that beforehand. I already forgot it. So.
They're talking into your ear.
Yeah, they're like in my ear right now. Yeah, they're telling me.
I would say that you gotta be, if you are in, like, if you do a job where there's somebody talking in your ear, and you have that you've had that job for like 4 years, maybe you can handle this, right? You know, if you're somebody whose job is to be on television or whatever show, and you know you're used to like hearing that in your ear, you're a Secret Service agent or something, right? You're used to like being able to talk to somebody here, but you got this person talking to you here, then maybe you're okay with that. But other than that, I think it's going to make it really awkward.
Me to like look in your eyes and like cheers. I forgot what that exactly.
There we go.
To be honest. Cheers. Cheers.
Pick up the glass and cheers.
Oh,
All right, cheers.
Yeah.
They're onto something. How did you get here? Like,
I've been kind of like, I'm not gonna lie.
How
kind of
did you
been
get
dating
here?
For like a pretty long time, you know.
What about Tinder? Have you tried Tinder?
I have.
She seems nervous too.
Avoid talking about previous dates.
So that's another bad piece of advice. Previous dates.
Wait.
Fantastic.
Are you sure?
Starters.
Oh.
How did I tell you? Talking about.
I don't know about
bad
that.
previous dates or funny dates.
How can it not
is
be
one of
awkward?
the funniest parts of it, because most of us go through dating and it's like a exasperating experience. Like we're all going through it. So asking about it is perfectly fine, providing you're like, man, I was with this like hot bitch and we fucked. No. But if it's just like,
Okay, this is true. Yeah, you can talk about previous dates, just don't be fucking stupid. Don't be like, oh my god, like, oh, you should have been like, I was on this date last night with this girl. She was so fucking hot, dude. I wanted to fuck the shit out of her, and it didn't end up happening. But anyway,
imagine you're going on a date with, and you have Haz and Destiny in your ear.
What's your experience, right? Like,
yeah. Destiny and Haz, Destiny, and Xander.
Obviously, if you're gonna talk about previous experiences, like keep it like light and fun or something. I would try to think of like, there's got to be like a specific reason why, but yeah, but obviously don't like fixate on people who are like, oh, like I'm still, I don't know.
Man, my last date showed up 25 minutes late and then expected me to pay. Like, maybe you have a funny way of talking about it. I often do this on dates where I'll ask like, yo, what's your worst date on Tinder? and the stories are fantastic because it's kind of like our YouTube channel where we talk about something like terrible that happened and then we all share and laugh about it.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Yeah.
So when she says don't talk about previous dates, do not listen to that advice. It's perfectly fine to, provided you do so in a humorous manner or tell an interesting story. Good job.
What are your hobbies?
Previous dates, I don't know. Like there's a danger there though, right? In that the person might feel like they're being compared to previous dates, and that like, you know, it can feel like there's like subtext there that maybe isn't there. Yeah, I don't know. It just feels like a little bit of a minefield. I don't know. I guess it could be okay.
The kind of like split between, you know, like work on like medical school applications.
Ooh, medical school? You trying to be a doctor?
Yeah, I'm trying to be a pediatrician, really.
Bling bling. Every time you say that you're a doctor, you know, people like that. They like that. Ooh, doctor. Well, you're gonna be a doctor.
Okay, that's one of the best.
Say, you like that?
You like the doctor vibe? You face it?
I like men with money.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm trying to think of how I would work failed out of med school into the thing.
She's honest. Damn.
Like the doctor vibe?
No, I like the money vibe.
Steve doesn't want DGG to get into a relationship because they'd lead him.
We're talking about why
That's
you
true.
want to be a doctor.
Medical system hasn't like treated black people well.
Okay. Why would you talk about why you want to be a doctor? She clearly doesn't give a fuck. Okay? So this is a really good example. I'm so curious if these dating coaches, or if it's all in me, maybe they're not. But like, if you
tragedy is like comedy plus
like,
time.
oh yeah, do you care about me being a doctor? She's like, oh, you got a lot of money. Okay, that means you're not going to talk about the doctor thing because clearly she doesn't give a fuck. Like, talk about something different.
You know, like,
Just remember, you can breathe, you can take time to think between things.
I want to be that doctor that can be like, you know, hey, look, it's not all bad. There's people who gonna support you. People gonna be here for you.
She doesn't give a
That was
fuck.
good advice.
That was interesting.
So don't ramble on. Take
Yeah, that's
good rests. Pauses within any.
Yeah, they would debate each other in your ear.
Not in this conversation. You need to leave this conversation as quickly as possible.
kind of speech have a good way of making everyone.
Yeah, I mean, if what you're saying is talk about like what comes natural, I totally agree with that. Like, right? I don't know. I'm a little bit weird because like I feel like dating in and of itself is a little bit stilted and a little bit unnatural. Like I said before, you know, I kind of like the way that it usually works for me is that like I meet somebody, we become friends, they ask me if I want to hang out sometime, and that hanging out like might not go anywhere, right? Even if they want it to. But if there's chemistry, then you'll feel it upon hanging out, right? Just watching a movie or something like that. I don't know. That's maybe dangerous. This is the few times I have had sex on the first date. This is usually how it goes. Maybe it's a bad idea, but you know what I mean? I'm more comfortable like in situations where it's more like hanging out, and then like, I don't know, like if there's chemistry there's chemistry, right? And it's a little bit of a weird thing because somebody can be into you without you being into them. You can be into somebody without them being into you. So sometimes like chemistry is hard to feel out. But like, I don't know. I feel like it's always like more organic than that for me.
Embrace the science, create a bit of tension, and also gets you gathering your thoughts.
Blind dates? Oh
Something that's really important, if you can do it, is record yourself talking to try to get rid of the vocal stops in between your words. Like, if somebody notices that you're doing this in a conversation, they won't be able to help but notice it a million times. Because especially when you get nervous, because when you start like in a date, everything, just because like everything, like because everything gets so overwhelming and like you get really nervous, and you'll do that like a million times.
I mean, I've been editing my own like ums and uhs. And they're still there. Not as much. I don't know. Chad, do I and am I an and
And if you go down that road,
I think it depends on the day, right? If I'm tired, I and if I'm on it, I just speak.
You're not coming back from it. It sounds kind of weird too. I think naturally we're uncomfortable with silence, but I think your sentences actually carry a little bit more weight if you just learn to not fill the gaps.
That's probably true. Supposedly there's also words that you can substitute for your fillers that aren't as awkward as and
Just be okay
Oh yeah, my worst is like, For some reason, I always want to say,
with there being a little bit of silence. It'll give you a bit more of a unique cadence compared to other college students too, because other college students are just rambling all the time constantly. And
I've been on dates with 16 college students in the past month, and you're the only one of them that like just leaves that silence instead of umming or uhing. I really appreciate that about you.
they don't really know if they can't ever say a thing that doesn't feel like every single piece of silence. It makes blah, blah, blah. And you're having a conversation with somebody. It's not like a fucking debate. You can have pauses between your words. It's not like they're going to step in and cut you off, right? I've noticed that people think it's cute when you're nervous. I don't know, but that's just my experience. Absolutely not. That is some shit that's sold to you by like hardcore female-driven bullshit media. Women like men.
Destiny. I'm exhaling a vape right now, but sometime you gotta explain to me about the hardcore female-driven media complex. I think I need to know about this. I think I need to know more about the hardcore female-driven... What was it? Female-driven entertainment? What did he say?
That are very confident.
Bleep blue.
That is going to be the case 99% of the time. Nervousness is only cute. This is getting into some other, but in my opinion, women only find nervousness cute when they know that you're confident. So if I'm around a girl and I act a little bit nervous over like a particular thing, she'll probably find that cute because ordinarily
hardcore female-driven bullshit media.
I'm a very confident person. But if
I don't know, I might have too many hardcore female-driven bullshit media brainworms.
You just come off as like
to be able to perceive the hardcore female-driven bullshit media as hardcore female-driven bullshit media. Is this like a rom-coms? I would love to know what Destiny means by this. Like, is a rom-com? Like, are we talking about just like any media that's meant to appeal to women? Is like
a big bundle of nervousness, unless you're like a 9 or 10 in the attraction.
And I swear to God, I've seen media that's not appealing to women, particularly, do the nervous is cute trope, right?
Scale, they're just going to see you as like an unconfident loser. You have to be very, very, very careful with that. Like, most people don't like somebody that's just stumbling over the words and being like, oh,
it's a fucking feminist system.
I don't know, like, unless they already have like a huge attraction to you. You have to be really, really, really high up there already to do that, which is either going to be through looks or some other type of interaction or whatever.
I mean, I think it is a trope, right? The like being cute because you're nervous thing. There might be a type of nervousness that's cute, but it's not all nervousness. That's for sure. There's definitely your nervousness that's not cute, and I would say most of nervousness is probably not cute. Maybe it's this. Maybe it's this. Okay, I think I know what it is. I think I know what it is. When people notice that, when people think that they perceive that, somebody being nervous and it's really cute, here's what it is. You are dating somebody you find incredibly attractive. You did not expect them to say yes. They do say yes, and you're nervous, right? And you go on the date, and they sit down, and instead of them being this beautiful, untouchable thing, they're really nervous. Now, they're within your reach. That's why you find that incredibly attractive, right? I think that's it. Am I right, chat? Is that it?
When you're speaking 100 beats per second, going, just hurling information, it almost gives off an air of uncomfortableness, Basically,
this is unlikable Tom Hanks at the start of every Meg rom-com.
It makes you
Meg Ryan.
Like you're worried.
Qu'est-ce qui fait le gars dans tout ça?
What do you mean? You're asking what the guy on the left is?
What?
Like you're worried.
Qu'est-ce qui fait le gars dans tout ça?
It's in French. It's French, right? Was that French?
Do I need to call 911? Am I having a stroke?
No, it's just French, right?
Oh, French?
Yeah,
what is this,
French.
Canadian?
What do you mean? You're asking what the guy on the left is doing?
Yeah. Qu'est-ce qu'il fait, lui?
He's getting his check.
He's getting his cut.
That's right.
Oh my God, I was actually wondering, I was like, what made him want to be a pediatrician? And that's probably the best answer I've heard.
Flirt more. Make her feel seen.
I'm talking to a cute girl here, so I feel like he's gonna be proud.
He's charming. You charming.
I don't know how genuine their reactions are as well, because obviously they know it's me, but like, I would never want to hear that from somebody on a date, or it would be a turn off to me, I guess. And I don't even know how, like, if somebody asked me something like, oh, that's the best answer I've ever heard, like, well, engage with it then. Why are you fucking saying this? Like, you're trying to like give me a fucking grade letter on like an oral report. Like, what the fuck?
No, it's a Reddit award, Destiny. It's a Reddit award.
Girls love compliments.
Ask her what she likes about
It's Reddit gold.
you.
And preface the question by being like, I have a bold question.
Okay, I like her hair. I like her hair a lot.
What do you like
I
about?
love the way, like, her little curly wisps. Oh my god, Chad, I'm so jealous of her. Her hair is so cute. Rawr.
Me. Oh my god. What is happening here?
Indeed.
Get her consent
Indeed.
on that too. Is it okay if I give you a bold?
Yeah, it was Qu'est-ce qu'il fait, Louis? So what's he doing?
Press pause. Press pause. Press pause.
What's he doing there?
No, press pause.
I think.
Did this man just chime in?
Why would you ask this?
Bruv. And
of course, chat. Of course, I do the dating, the stream on dating advice with like no makeup. I feel so like gross and awkward. Should I even be doing? Am I even qualified here?
Oh wow! Yeah, be in your body.
You know what?
Breathe.
You know what though? You know what's sad about this?
Only non-French speakers can relate.
People paying for his advice. That's the saddest part.
Is
Dating
it?
is hard enough as it is. You got goobers.
No
like this,
way, man.
Talk about, ask for consent to ask a bold question. Jesus Christ.
When you say, "Can I ask you a bold question?" That's the consent. Now you're asking the fucking question twice. Do I have your consent to have the consent to ask you a bold question about a bold question? Bruh!
And it's a terrible question.
Can I ask you a bold question? If somebody says that to me on a date, I am prepared. Oh, that's what I'm prepared for. If you ask me that, do you know what the first can chat? Okay, who in chat can tell me what is the first thing that I go to if you ask me? If you can ask me a bold question, what do I think you're asking? What do you think, chat? Can anybody get it? There's one really obvious thing. There's one really obvious bold question that you could ask me, right?
Me? Like you're fishing for compliments?
That I get asked on a date sometimes, right?
It's like such a direct. It's not even like nuanced or flavored.
That's setting up for failure.
Maybe you might have been like, "Hey, what?"
When they said bold, that's what I thought. Is bold as in flavor. I'm thinking of the flavor as bold,
you
right?
On this date, that's a way better question.
Sure,
than being like,
true.
So, what do you like about me? Ugh. If I was on a date with a girl, she's like, "So, what do you think is beautiful about me?" It's like,
bitch, I don't know you.
Why are you fishing for compliments?
And
like
you
that?
probably drink the sunny. Calm down.
Man, this is brutal.
Oh,
this is brutal. This is how you know motherfuckers got no game.
And yo, I got like a bold question if you're okay to like answer. You know?
I'm worried now.
What you like about me? You know?
I think your
That's not what I would expect. That's not the question I would expect.
ambition, it stands out. Also the hair.
I'm peachy.
I don't
Oh
know
my
you
god.
keep it so how?
Okay, ambition. That's a good
DebateBro's dating. Does this species even reproduce? One wonders, right?
compliment from a woman that's like 30.
One wonders.
Okay? There's no fucking 21-year-old girl. It's like, oh, I like your ambition. What the fuck? What is this? Now it feels like a school essay or like an interview for your like sociology class or something. Like,
Next time we go out, I'll tell you all the secrets about my hair.
If you want to know more, I can tell you next time. You know, but next day.
She like that.
But yeah.
Didn't she suggest that same line the last time of like, yeah, I'll tell you about it on the next date. That is the Scheherazade move right there, right? Where you're like, oh yeah, no, that's in the next part of the story, but I guess you have to execute me now, so you'll never hear it. And he's like, I'll keep you around for another night. Okay, I'll tell the rest of the story, and then you can execute me then, right?
Also for like a
right, King. Yeah, after that you'll execute me, right? Yeah.
Hey, what would you like to do? You know, because like, would you like to maybe do?
Is that how it's gonna go?
And then maybe go find something to eat.
Oh wait, would it be like, where would it be?
Yes, that is the question I would expect if somebody on a date says like, can I, ask you a bold question? I'm like, oh shit, this is gonna be like.
Ask her for her favorite type of international cuisine.
What kind
oh my god, why? Trying to sell the next date in this one feels like that is like so much pressure.
That is some marketing shit right there. Like, that is something that they tell you in a marketing thing. Okay, so while you're making this sale, right, like you pretty much got the sale in the bag. Why don't you set up next month's sale too, right? And why don't you sign them up for the monthly plan, right? It's kind of like like it would probably work in a sales environment. It feels a little bit sleazy in a dating environment. It feels a little bit weird.
I don't know. I like to usually, the way that I view these interactions is it's kind of like fishing. Like you leave a little bit out there, and if they're interested, you see how they respond when you set the bait. So like rather than like, what do you want to do for our next date or whatever? Maybe like instead it's something more like, oh yeah, like, hey, if we meet again, maybe we can get some type of food or whatever, right? And if the girl like, because they'll either be like, yeah, or it'll be like, oh yeah, there's actually a place or whatever. If she bites on that and then she starts suggesting shit, then you got it, 100%. The second date is happening. You know she's interested. But like trying to like lean into it and be like, what are we going for?
Can I sign you up for another date while we're at it?
A second date.
Yeah, it does. It feels like sales.
Damn, dude. I think that it's better in these interactions and it feels more organic to like leave a little bit out there. And if they're interested, they'll bite. They're not going to like just leave you hanging, because if they really want it, they're going to go for it, right? Ugh.
What kind of food you like? What's like international food? What you like?
I love my Thai food.
Tell her that you would love to make her a tom yum from Thailand, and that she is tom yum.
What do you think, chat? Is there a plausible way to deliver this line? Or is this guy about to crash and burn?
It's got to be like a troll. But like the only thing that irritates me is that like I guess I should see like what the original video. Oh, the original video.
I feel like there's maybe some guy out there or gal that could deliver the tom yum. That could deliver the tom yum line, and I wouldn't like, yeah, be put off by it. I feel like there's somebody out there, but that's some high level shit. That could come off as a dad joke. That could come off as a like, I'm not sure about this joke. That could come off in so many ways other than the way that they want it to come off, right? I'd tell you about my natural hair routine next date. It's not bad. The Tom Young thing is pretty whack. I have to find out if she likes some kind of food or whatever.
It was titled.
What you like?
Because like this advice is.
Oh no, Maria, I am creeped out by. I mean, not totally. Okay, I don't know. I don't want to be judgmental. Far be it from me to be judgmental, but okay. I mean, I guess lines exist, and I don't automatically hate anyone who's ever used one. I can't imagine using one, but that doesn't mean that other people, you know, I don't know, if they find it helpful or whatever, right? I don't know. But, okay, I will say one thing. The one time that I heard my ex saying a line that they had said to me to someone they were dating, they literally got like because I was washing the dishes at the time. They literally got a dish glove in the face, right? You know, like that was not cool. That is not, oh my God, that pissed me off so much, right? And I mean, I'm actually kind of okay. Like, it's not like I'm okay if they did that. All right. Like, you know what I mean? I'm okay if they did that, but I'm not okay with them doing that in front of me. That was a sign of disrespect. That was earning the dish glove, right? That was earning, and it was soapy too. It was a soapy dish glove. Whack, you know? Yeah, that's what happened. That's how that went down.
Harmful, right? Especially in today's day and age where there's all this incel shit. Like, this advice is like actively fucking horrible.
Like, you do not use a line that you used on me on somebody else, like, you know, in front of me, right? That's fucked up.
But
oh no!
Make you a tom yum from Thailand, and you tom yum me. I don't know.
You're gonna make a
tom yum.
From Thailand.
And you tom yum me. You know, like.
Also, this might just be me being careful. When somebody says they like something, if you know a lot about it, I would never assume that they know anything about what they're talking about, because people say some dumb shit. If somebody tells me they like Thai food, no offense, but my assumption is going to be that you go to a Thai restaurant and you order pad Thai every single fucking time, okay? You don't know anything about fucking Thai food. I would make that assumption about literally every...
The girl next to him laughed, but it doesn't necessarily equal good. I mean, she might be into him already. Like, I get the feeling that she's kind of into him. Anybody else feel like that? Only good lines are improvised lines people with game come up with on the spot in response. Yeah, there we go. It's organic, right? It fits the situation. It's like, it's not some copy pasta that you're springing on me. Because that's the thing about lines, is they're kind of copy pasta, right? They might be little bits of copy pasta, but they're still copy pasta, right? And
every single thing that a person tells me, and I would be really careful, and because I'll know like a lot of random things about like random shit or whatever.
A mindset involving the dating market will lead to dates that are essentially sales pitches. So weird how dating has become like job interviews, and job interviews have become even worse.
Like sometimes I'll ask a question that's a little bit more in depth of something that they've given, and I notice that it's a fuck up because they don't actually know what they're talking about, and then it gets like really awkward. I'm trying to think of an example of this. Like oh fuck. I don't do music anything anymore. No, I don't do music anything because that's always like that's a mistake. But that could be an example, right? If somebody says some shit like oh yeah, like
it's okay to try to tweak how you conversate. Yeah, I mean, to do that every time to a degree, whenever you tell a joke.
Super into like music.
Yeah, true.
Oh cool, like what kind of music do you like or whatever? And somebody's like, oh, you know, like I really like Radiohead. If you ask like, well, what's your favorite album? They might not know the answer to that, okay? They might have heard like a couple songs off of like fucking, you know, Kid A.
In Rainbows.
And then they know, I don't even know what the popular, and they might know Creep. I might be dating myself a bit here, right? Or like aging myself, but like, I don't know if they're going to be able to listen.
I was thinking, isn't the basic bitch answer okay computer? And then if you're really cool, you say, oh God, what the fuck is that? Pablo Honey? Which one has plastic trees? Like that's the real Radiohead fan like one. If you're into the if you get into the old stuff, right? Or like but yeah, for me the honest answer is In Rainbows.
And then when you ask a question like that, now you've like made them feel like they're an imposter, and it's like really awkward, and you've like fucked the
Kid A's pretty good
conversation.
It's hard. Actually, all their albums are pretty good. I haven't heard all their albums.
Careful with that, okay? Be careful with that.
I like Radiohead, chat. Did I mention that? I haven't listened to them in forever, but I they're good. I think like I started listening in Rainbows because they gave it out for free. Well, no, they didn't. They said you could pay whatever you think it's worth, and if that's like I said, $0.00, thank you.
Corny but cute.
And it turns out it was worth more.
Corny but cute, still corny. Ah! Oh, no. That is the first time in a video.
Is she nagging him? Chat, did we just see? Is that what's happening? Did he just get nagged?
Video that I'm actually requesting.
It's because there are 2 decades of dating advice is questionable. Quality available online, so dates often seem very generic.
YouTube to give us like an advertisement break. Like you could put the break right now, just to give a little breather.
I'm gonna say this.
Jesus.
Pro bono. Young man, if you watch this video, DM us. All right, I'll give you the resources. I'll link you to good podcasts. I'll even give you advice for free. Whatever you need, hit us up. Let's have a talk.
Let's have a talk.
I'm sorry you have to go through this.
Let's do this.
Their
shit.
advice is terrible. You may not even know it's terrible.
Horrid.
But I'm telling you, it's trash.
Can't have it.
Okay? And I knew she was gonna say it was corny because that's corny. Nope. That dating coach, he's corny.
He's corny as fuck.
Okay? And I could actually see in you're actually really cool.
Corny only, and again, I'm sorry, but like corny is only going to work or whatever if you're like a 9 or a 10, right? Like you got to be really fucking hot to pull off some himbo shit like that and have somebody think that it's like cute. Like, but at that point, the girl is she's already decided she's going to fuck you before you've even opened your mouth. So it's up to you to say as many dumb things as possible to get her to change her mind. Like that, you're like, yeah, this is.
Other than your nervousness, you're actually very vibrant. You got good energy. You got good taste. Okay. Whoa. So don't stress it. It's gonna come together. But I'm sorry.
I expect to hear somebody say, "Bro, I would date you."
That you have to get advice from these people. I promise you, I'll redirect you in a good spot. Okay. But this is sad. Tom.
Corny but cute with money is awesome.
This man.
Tom Yummy.
What's your favorite cuisine? Italian. Ooh, I'm gonna make you some pasta and meatballs. You want meatballs? You look like a meatball.
You're delicious.
Yo,
Like a meatball.
corny, bro.
Oh, you like Italian? Well, I tell you that no.
Like,
no,
why didn't they also
no.
acknowledge if they're really trying to get this man a second date, right?
No.
If you don't have that level of endearment between the both of you, don't be like, yo, come over to my place for some homemade cooked food. Like,
We're not
that's
there.
coming too strong.
You got dripped like a Subway meatball sandwich. Oh my god, no
There's
chat,
levels
no
to this shit.
chat,
If
no.
you guys don't have high chemistry, don't be like, hey, girl, why don't you come by my place? I'll make you some pasta and meatballs. No, you pushing too fast, right?
But those
Especially
sandwiches are pretty drippy. I'll give it to them.
if you didn't have like,
You know what's a really drippy sandwich though? Is Jimmy John's. Has anybody is chat familiar with Jimmy John's? That is a drippy sandwich.
fireworks on the first
That
date?
sandwich has
Oh
drip
yeah,
to it.
especially sorry, everybody on Twitter got triggered when I said this, but if you're inviting somebody to your house, it's
You you probably shouldn't order from Jimmy John's. Like it's wait, isn't it one of those places with like a really conservative? Yeah, the owner's like really conservative or something. And oh my god, so I almost worked for Jimmy John's, but instead I did a bicycle like food delivery, right? And I almost did it for Jimmy John's, right? Because they were hiring. But then I found like a falafel place that was hiring too, and so I worked for the falafel place, which kind of sucks because you can't. I got all the free falafel that I wanted while I was on duty, but I can't eat falafel and get on a bike. It's you know what I mean? It's falafel. It's like it's like a brick. It's just it's too heavy.
That's dating 101. If you are ever talking to somebody in a conversation,
He just needs to go out and talk to girls. Yeah, he needs to. Yeah. Just to have. Yeah, I don't know. It's probably one of those things like, just more experience, more talking, more realizing what works, what doesn't, how to express himself, because that's really what you're talking about. Like if you go out on a date and you give somebody clickbait, right? You give somebody a version of yourself that you're not really going to get from them, right? Or they're not going to get from you, right? That's kind of fucked up because eventually they'll realize, okay, you're not the clickbait, like bye, right? But you want to express yourself, and you want to let them know what is like the actual content of your video. Chat, I'm putting this in the wrong metaphors. Okay, you can tell that I don't spend my time thinking about dating and stuff. I spend my time.
they invited you to anybody. Anytime you mention the words like Matt, go back
Content
to my
brain.
place, or we can go over
Content brain.
to your place or whatever. That's code word for like we're fucking 100%.
Oh my god, this is the thing. It's not code word with me, right? I don't necessarily take that. I take hanging out as hanging out, and fucking only happens if I feel like it. Okay.
So also like be aware of that as well.
The second date, still go for something chill and casual.
Is that wrong, chat? Am I bad to go to people's places and not fuck them? Is that like?
Okay.
I mean, I know obviously I'm not like I'm not saying. Am I like? Am I not taking social cues? Should I know better?
Acting on, and
should I know what that means?
Laughing and y'all going on. It's like, hey, if you want some food, y'all can always make some of my place. But this is awkward.
Are you saying that there's levels to this shit?
Of course. Of course.
You're very charming, and I think you're gonna attract just the person you're looking for.
Oh.
She's not into him. She's not into him.
No.
That was a letdown.
She's having a good time. She's chilling, but she's not into this dude whatsoever.
She said corny.
Stay decisive. Be like, I'll see you at that picnic.
You know what? Next day.
Oh no, dude. I think this might be a red pill thing, but I think this is true. I think that generally when you meet a woman, for whatever reason, I think that women will very quickly get an idea of how they see you as being somebody that would be like fuckable / relationship versus somebody that would be a friend. I think those impressions can get set pretty quickly. And if you've been like filtered into one, it's pretty unlikely you're going to move to the other, with rare exceptions. Yeah.
Meow. Okay, so other question. When Destiny says stuff like this, when he says, "Okay, now this is the real red pill thing," but right, it sounds to me like what he's saying is like, "Hey guys, this isn't what we're supposed to believe, but low key, this is what I believe." Is that am I reading that subtext right? Anybody wanna offer another interpretation? If you're inviting someone over to your house, it's to fuck. Literally, me. Wanna come over so I can cook for you? Yeah. But like, yeah, what do people think? Like, is that like, and also like Red Pill, like I feel like Destiny's using Red Pill in a different way than a right winger would. Like, because Red Pill can mean a lot of different things. In this case, okay, I think that Red Pill for Destiny is he is a patrio-hetero skeptic. No. Actually, Destiny is not hetero. What am I saying? Okay, so what is this? Like, Red Pill, it means that, like, it's a negative outlook on women, right? Is that what that is? Kinda? Right? Because, like, Red Pill could mean anything from, you know, it could mean incel, but I don't think that's what Destiny's using it for here. I don't think Destiny's saying that, that he's an incel. But I think what he's saying is that this is like a realistic view of women that I'm not supposed to acknowledge publicly. But let me, since I'm here with my DGGers, I'll go ahead and do it. I'll go ahead and give you the real shit, right? But yeah, I don't know. Am I wrong? It's kind of a Roosh V thing. Yeah. And so I think what by saying, like, I mean, he's also distancing himself a little bit. Maybe he's saying, like, I don't 100% believe this, but, like, I don't 100% disbelieve it. Is that what it is? His Red Pill video. No, I haven't. I didn't know he had a Red Pill video. His Red Pill opinion is supposed to be pragmatic versus optimistic opinions, like dating coaches give. Okay, so is it a pragmatic view of women, or is it a pragmatic view of dating, or like what is the idea? So it's not like the it's not coming from a PUA, like, sort of, it's not like that kind of Red Pill, right?
So this guy is in the Ripperino zone.
And I mean, I don't get that he, like, thinks this, like, 100%, but, like, it's kind of, it's almost like this thing of, like, okay, we're not supposed to acknowledge this, but, like, you know, low key, like,
hey, I'm finna see that.
If you know the date's over, do you try and salvage it, or do you just peace out? If shit is fucked, then shit is fucked. I mean, like, it's whatever. I every now and then I'll, like, hop on Tinder when I go back to Omaha. I think I tell this during the stream. One of the
oh my god,
what was it? One of the women that I ended.
How come Destiny's comfortable using Tinder, but I'm not?
A meeting we went to dinner at a stupid place, and she started making comments about, because she was in the military, I think, or she'd done military. I asked her comments about, she said something about, what was it? Something about, like, they were going to give stimulus to Americans, but did you see that Nancy Pelosi had, like, golden pen to send the Trump impeachment papers? And I knew that as soon as we went down that road, this shit is fucked, because I'm weird. If somebody wants to argue, that's more entertaining to me than fucking somebody. So yeah, that got completely fucked, but.
All right, well, great to meet you. Keep your charm. And
yeah, Destiny dates men too, so I wonder if that's true for that. Yeah, is it like just a dating, a viewpoint on dating, or because like a lot of times Red Pill is like describes a viewpoint on women, right? But I don't know if that's how Destiny's using it here.
Ambitious. Thank you so much.
Yeah, rejection.
That was a soft send away.
Rejection. Good for you.
We're curious if you ever feel intimidated by women.
You're negging him now. You're negging him. Because you don't want the fucking guilt for what just happened to fall back on you. You're negging.
I'm not gonna lie, sometimes, you know, I feel like they can, like, see through me sometimes, you know?
Only good.
Oh, it's called my black pill moment now, huh?
Good things to see. You got this.
Let's bring in Sophie.
I'm Azim, by the way. Your name?
I'm Sophie.
Sophie?
Wait, okay, this is number 3?
Nice to meet you.
Wait, did he get, okay, so he got rejected for number 1, right? Did they give them the rejections? They right, number 1 rejected, number 2 rejected, this is number 3?
Nice to meet you. This is interesting.
Oh, no, for sure.
Compliment her.
I love your eyes, honestly.
Oh, thank you.
It's so corny to say that. Like, this is like that's like some level 7 romance shit. Like, when you're already dating somebody, or like, it has to be like, I can't give like a piece of general advice for that. You have to be like in a very, very intimate or very special moment to like compliment somebody's eyes. Like that is an incredibly intimate thing. I don't think that ever works as just a thrown out there compliment. Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, the eyes are the window to the soul. If you're talking about somebody's eyes, you're coming in for a landing, okay? You are not in your initial approach. You are not banking to turn around and approach the, you know what I mean? You're coming in for a landing. If you're talking about eyes, like that's definitely, you know, like make sure your seatbelts are buckled and your tray tables are upright because you are fucking, yeah.
Be genuine.
The captain has turned on the seatbelts buckled sign, indicating that you should know.
This is definitely the type of girl to have plans all over a room and some plan B.
It's about the pair.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, especially because like, oh, like I like the curls
This
in your
poor
hair,
guy.
or something dumb like that would be so much more effective because you can tell that like she obviously, or like I don't know what you would call this fucking garb. So I might even make a joke out of it, like. But there's a million better things to say here than like I like your eyes. It's a shawl. Okay, there you go.
It's a cute shawl. She looks really good. It looks really good on her.
This is interesting.
Oh no, for sure.
Compliment her.
I love your eyes, honestly.
Oh, thank you.
Just be genuinely
She's nervous.
curious about the person in front of you.
This is definitely the type of girl to have plans all over a room and some plan B in the closet. What do you mean?
Wait, what? Wait, what? What the plan be in the closet? What? What's going on?
And this kind is very pretty.
Yeah. Sometimes you've never even had sex with a girl. Y'all just making out. And then right in the middle of making out, she's reaching in her pocket. She got a condom ready. He's like, "Whoa, we doing that?" She's like, "Yeah." And it's going to be safe.
Wait, so what are we saying? Are they saying she seems like kind of easy, or?
You know
I
what?
just cleared my chlamydia last week. So.
You like anime?
Yeah, do you?
Oh, yo, I'm big weeb.
Oh my god. Okay, that'll make this way easier.
Yeah, yo.
actually.
I mean, it will unless you get found out to be a fake weeb. Maybe you're not as big a weeb as you think, and you haven't seen. I mean, I know you've seen all of Dragon Ball, but have you seen all the fan-made series? Because if you're not, can you really call yourself a weeb?
They're bonding.
They're already doing it.
Can you really
I
call
like
yourself a
Hunter
weeb?
Hunter, if you've ever seen it.
Oh my god, I love Hunter x Hunter.
I got like the manga.
Now the Chad move.
Like, can you really call yourself a Hugbees fan just because you've seen the pizza video? Just because you know that everywhere around the world, people have a different idea of what is and isn't a pizza.
Chad move. If he wanted to fuck this girl tonight, the right answer was, oh, Hunter x Hunter. Oh shit. I thought you were into anime, not shonen trash. That's what he should have said. And then they would have fought and she would have been like, this guy is an alpha.
No, and he's all like, listen, I only watch Magic Girl, you know. Like, I don't go for that shonen stuff, yeah.
I need him to conquer my fucking
I need some Utena, I need some, you know...
body. This is a Sigma right here, 100%. I need his based anime takes, and I need his based anime dick. 100% seal the deal.
That continues after the anime ends.
Mm-hmm.
They have some good ass fights.
Do Corolla and Hisoka ever fight?
Yeah, actually, that's the fight that I'm talking about.
So, like, wait, are you asking what what weeb shit am I talking about? Like, it's, like, I think, okay, so, wait, so Destiny's saying, like, you should nag her a little bit for, like, shonen is, like, battle manga, you know what I mean? It's, like, kind of basic bitch. But I was thinking it'd be funny if he was into stereotypically girly, like, manga instead. Like, that'd be really funny if he objected to her, like, you know, talking about shonen manga by, mentioning some shoujo stuff.
Okay, I gotta pick that up.
No girl thinks that, Destiny.
He's into.
And y'all shutting the fuck up and ain't saying shit. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
Did you notice that? Yeah. That the one date that was going great is the one that just shut the heck up.
More than that, did you also peep the thing? They talked about anatomy and they kept building on it, right?
Yep.
They didn't jump from topic to topic.
Naturally.
You just keep delving in and finding it. And you're saying, well, they both love anime, but
Fuck, hold on. I gotta say this real quick in case he hijacks what I'm about to say into the future. One thing here, too, on that common interest, instead of talking
Destiny, no!
mutually so much about your common interest, this is like a good opportunity to, like, like ask a question about it, like, oh, like what was your favorite arc, or who's your favorite character, or could X character
Resisting the Star Wars fan urge to question people's knowledge about everything.
beat Y character? Because if you're an anime loser that's obsessed with shonens, probably 50% of your fandom engagement with this is going to be talking about like who could beat who in a fight, right? So these are like really good, like organic ways to build conversations off of questions where you have like a mutual interest.
This makes sense. You cannot love something and still be curious. You think I give a shit about animals? I don't give a fuck. But when I'm having a conversation with someone who loves them, I'll ask about why. What is it about them and animals? And then I'll maybe relate to some experience I have with animals. Yeah, I'm not even gonna front you. I've been terrified of animals ever since I was 4, because I was in a taxi cab and one was trying to bite me while I was trying to get out. And you know, you find ways to build on that conversation. That's what they're doing. That's it. That's it. That's what they call chemistry. So these dating coaches, the one in the middle is probably the best one out of the 3, because her advice on breathing, taking your time, impeccable, right? But the other 2, absolutely useless.
I mean, okay, so like normally, like I hate negging as a tactic, but if what you mean is just like talking a little bit of shit that you know isn't going to be taken as like, you know, like, right, that maybe it catches them off guard, but really it is just like opening up a bigger conversation and shit, like that's wholesome. That's wholesome.
Let me rephrase. They're not useless.
Especially if it's like a joke, you know what I mean? If you make like a joke out of it, like
they're a net negative. But I'm happy for the dude. I'm happy.
Did you watch Hunter x Hunter? I've never watched Hunter. I don't know anything about it.
Progress. I'm happy he got better in the advice about being calm, breathing, having, you know, taking the time.
I tried to watch Hunter x Hunter, but it was like there was a bunch of people like running in a race. It was really boring. Maybe it was just because it was the first episode. I don't know.
For yourself to be
light
comfortable
banter.
on that date. Solid advice. Otherwise, I thought the other 2 coaches were terrible. But yeah, hey man, my offer stands. If you ever want to hit us up, that's it.
You got to do just more stuff. That's it. You just have to go out there more. You got to put yourself out there and experience. You don't even
Justin's take is coming from pure anime snobbishness.
know yourself in certain situation. You don't know yourself in dating situation, and you got to learn that. It's just a new experience that you got to go out there and experience.
Okay, well now I kind of want to watch the. God damn it! I just want to watch that last date. I'm curious what they say.
That I'm talking about.
Oh, so, okay, I gotta pick that up.
He's so excited. He's into.
That's One Piece. They're trolling you. Oh, okay.
Are you into Demon Slayer at all?
Wait, okay, so
Demon Slayer? Oh yeah, I just saw the movie recently.
Same.
wait, there's a movie?
Fuck yeah.
Tell her you're excited about how this
I've seen like 70% of the first series.
going.
I was gonna say real quick, I'm super like, I'm so glad this is going really well.
Yeah,
you know, like.
same.
Oh my god, that makes you sound so. That makes you sound so desperate. Don't say that.
Does it? I think they like each other, right? Am I wrong? I feel like they like each other. But it also has the same energy as gatekeeping, something geeky from a woman, and yeah, that's the thing. And that is like the most common thing. But I guess like I would like, so it would be like, it's like about expectations. So like if I was hearing something that was like, oh, am I being negged? And then what it really was like, you know, because I actually like the kind of anime that you like and were afraid to tell me that you liked, then I'm just like, oh, fuck yeah, Utena, you watched that shit? Oh, wow, I wasn't expecting that, right? You know, I guess it could be good, but yeah, in general, like, right?
Why would you say that? I'm so happy that this is going well. You're like my 11th date. Every other girl thought I was hideous. Like,
Yeah, you do.
no, I think it was a genuine expression of like, you know, hey, I'm having fun. Like, that's how I took it. That's how I don't think it would even put me off if somebody said that to me. Like, right?
Doing really, really good. Like, this is fun.
She's into you, dude.
So like, what do you do right now? Are you in school? Are you working right now? What's up with that?
Recently, I took up like making little
Hey, DCC.
like daggers and like pocket knives out of resin and stuff.
I mean, if you want to send some knives my way, like,
Yeah, dude.
God, that sounds
If you ever
awful.
wanna-
Send some knives your way. I'll do it Dio Brando style. I'll say Zawordo, and then I'll go, whoosh, and then I'll unpause time, and you can receive the knives. Then hope you've got lots of manga tucked under your jacket there.
A knife hit
Jotaro.
me up.
Yeah, like,
Jotaro.
So list some things you know about her.
got a lot going to you know, like you
Thank
make
you.
you make knives, you into anime, you know, like it's like
That sums me up.
That's my boy. I'm excited to learn more about you.
I'm super excited to learn more about you, honestly.
Yeah,
I
dude,
wanna,
same. Is there anything cool that you
Dio.
do?
like, I want
Yeah.
to make like my medical degree. Like I'm trying to like apply to medical school.
Yeah, I think this is a.
Tell her a hobby you've always wanted to try.
I mean, like, honestly, I feel like dates shouldn't be about trying to get somebody who wouldn't naturally want a second date to go on a second date with you, right? I feel like they should be about finding the person that you want to go on a second date and seeing if they want to go on a second date. And if it works, like, if it doesn't work, I feel like that is, you need a filter, right? You need a filter. So the thing where the whole try hard dating style, I feel like it doesn't utilize the filter. What it does is it tries to say, okay, we're going to take situations that would have normally been filtered out, right? And we're going to filter them back in. We're going to make them come in. We're going to use hardcore sales tactics, because that's really what you're doing here. You're using like marketing tactics and stuff like that. You're using like exploits and, I don't know, borderline like manipulation to take experiences that should have ended as both parties saying, that was an interesting human being to meet, but I don't really want a second date with them, right? And turning that into, let's go on a second date, right? Or let's have sex and then find out which one of the us isn't into more than the sex, or you know what I mean? It's just like, I don't know. I feel like that filtration is a good thing, like not a bad thing. They are hitting it off because they are maybe compatible, right? That's the filter working, right? He had 2 dates, got filtered out. He has this date and it's filtered in. I don't see the problem.
And like on like a side note to that too, I kind of want to learn how to like do like some sort of that, like backflipping or something, like parkour. I at least want to try once.
You want to try parkour?
Yeah.
That's actually sick as fuck. If you can like
Objectively, yeah, that's true. It is actually sick as fuck.
actually get going, I bet that would be really fun.
Right.
Like.
Pull your chair closer to her.
I'm really liking it. Like.
Oh my god, this has to be a troll. Wait, it's you know what this is? What's the name of the show?
How come Destiny can't believe that they're actually vibing? How come Destiny can't just accept this beautiful moment, Destiny? We're experiencing a beautiful moment together, and you're too jaded. You're too black-pilled to really like enjoy it. That's sad. Rar.
God damn it. What's the name of the show that I'm thinking of? Wait, is it Impractical Jokers?
My roommates used to be obsessed with that show.
Where they've got like the 3 guys behind the scene and they're giving horrible advice, or they're trying to get the guy to fuck his life up.
Super duper like.
Oh, I'm really glad.
Put your hand on the table between you.
This is a lot
Projection.
less nerve-wracking talk.
Why would you do that? Guys, if it's happening, like, these are things that will happen organically. Don't force it. Like, if it's happening, it will start to happen. Well, hold on. I should have said it. It's not
What are you talking about? It is happening.
But you never want to, like, force stuff like
it
this.
It is
so
happening.
Awkward.
It's happening.
And there are so many
Destiny,
better moments
it's happening.
for it to happen. Don't be, like, putting your
He's
hands
jealous.
across the table and
She's
shit
his
like this.
type.
Like, oh my God. Destiny, do you think playful mean comments might come off as super intense to some? I've had a few times where my playful mean comments just make people shocked and awkward. It probably depends on the type of girl that you're talking to, I would imagine. Because I think there are some girls I've talked to where they actually get like a little bit like miffed, but I'm never going to connect with those girls anyway. They'll always find me way too obnoxious and way too much to deal with. I have had those experiences before with girls that I actually wish I wouldn't have, actually, now that I think about it. But it's not going to work because I can't control myself.
Happening.
But for a lot of girls, it'll be like an opposite. You'll get an opposite reaction, in my opinion. Where like if you have like a bit more of a backbone, then like the challenge is like a little bit more fun in the conversation. Like, oh, like you really, blah, 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 right?
I mean, isn't having a backbone more about like pushing back? It's not really about like initiating. Like, why does Steven think that like mild negging means having a backbone?
That kind of like playfully though, but don't be like
he said it earlier. He's cynical.
When somebody says like Hunter Hunter and you're like, you're a Hunter Hunter fan? I thought you like good anime. Like that's a fun joke. Not like, oh my God, like your hair looks like shit today. What happened? That's not a good one, right? Like you can be playfully banterous, I guess.
Honestly, like I kind of forgot we were here for a sec because we were just nerding out.
I'm really glad I came here, you know?
Yeah, same.
Start talking about what you want to do on a next date.
Let's say we go on the next date, right? I don't know, this is weird or not, but we can get like a love banquet, go to.
What just happened? Are they gonna fuck it up for him?
Park, we do like a little picnic. It'd be great.
I feel like these types of salesman tactics are going to be like really obvious, and I think that a girl will tell when you are like trying to sell the next day, like just be present, like be in the moment, like stop trying to like look ahead and do all this like crazy mind game shit. Like just like be in that moment, be present.
That would be sick as fuck.
Every relationship he is. Wait a minute, Middle Earth Moxus, can you help me out? Is that a Destiny meme? Is every relationship he has is transactional? Is that a Destiny meme? Yeah, he should have taken the earpiece out. Exactly. Is that a Destiny meme? Every relationship he has is transactional? I'm just wondering because it's also NCC copy pasta, and I'm not sure. Maybe it was a Destiny meme.
We could play Smash Bros if you have it.
Like it's working here, but it's only because the girl and him actually connected on the anime shit.
It is a Destiny meme?
Everything you're saying, I am 100% on board for this. Like,
So it's about time to end the date. You can tell her they're telling you to end the date.
unfortunately, it looks like they're trying to get me to like end the date, you know, like they're kind of
Okay,
ear about
no
that,
worries.
you know. But like, I gotta say, like, I would love to go on a second date or something.
I'll show you my Animal Crossing town.
Yes, I'm super hyped.
How was that?
I enjoyed myself a lot. That was fun.
You did great.
Wait, it apparently is? It apparently is? Okay. That makes me feel better. Because, like, somebody said that about me once, right? And, you know, it was a hater, right? It was another streamer who hated my guts. But, like, I didn't know that it was a Destiny thing. I didn't know they were just, like, you know, they were just comparing me to Destiny. Okay, great. That's fine.
Yeah, honestly.
I'm excited. Yeah, me and Steven, you know, we're... Right?
I was having fun watching you guys, so you must have been having a lot of fun.
Honest to God, has anybody ever seen the movie, was it called Hitch? Because that's, unironically, that's literally what we just saw. Where basically there's like a fat guy that gets advice from Will Smith to be like a good dating partner or whatever. And then the girl that he ends up falling for,
Okay, are we ready for
or that
Xander
he ends
Hall?
up like getting to like him.
Are we ready
the
for
reason why
Xander
she
Hall?
likes
Let's
him
do
in the end
Xander Hall
is
now.
because he did a whole bunch of shit that Will Smith never told him
We're
to
gonna do Xander
It
Hall.
was like all
Okay,
kind of
are
like
you
the
ready?
awkward, playful moments or whatever. It wasn't any of like the smooth question asking.
There it is.
All right.
Somebody once told me that NCC is version 4.0. I swear to God, that was like a Demon Mama person that came in there like, yeah, you're like 4.0. And then they got me to say it. And then they took it back to Demon Mama. And she thinks she's 4.0. And she's like, well, actually, no comment, chick.
Guys, gals, and end pals.
Good night, Sabrina. Meow meow.
Hear me out. You guys
I'm not used to the blonde Xander Hall. This is like the 80s villain art.
in chat are going to ask me for dating advice, and I'm going to respond. And I'm going to give you the best responses that I can give. So if any of you guys in chat have questions for me, just do @XanderHall and ask me your question. Try to keep it as brief as you can, and I will answer.
So what is this? The Xanderholics are going to get advice from the Platinum Chad himself, Mr. Xander Hall.
It as best as I can, and obviously this will go up as a video. How do I stop being
What? You're setting up his Minecraft server?
an incel? Well, incel's an identity that you hold on to, but if you mean stop being involuntarily celibate...
Wait a minute. I thought he'd had a Minecraft server for like ever.
As a concept, well, you have to have sex to become, well, or become a volcel and become voluntarily celibate and just not really care about sex. You could just focus your life on
Destiny can fat shame Kevin James without us.
something sex related, non-relationship related, and find fulfillment through that.
It's his Steve Martin arc?
But I think it's healthy to want to seek fulfillment through a relationship or sex, just as long as you don't put all your cards into it. So what I'm going to recommend for you is that you focus on yourself. And I know that sounds stereotypical, but I really mean it. I really genuinely mean it. What is the best and most ethical time
Wait, he's setting up another one?
to disclose a trans identity to a potential date. Whew. All right. So, it's definitely going to be before you're leaving a public location. It's got to be. For your own safety, it's got to be. You can't do it once you are, outside and walking to you guys' place. You can't do it when you are, like, about to kiss. You can't do it when you're, like, at one of your places or in a car or something like that.
I mean, okay, so here's what I'm going to say. I'm not saying that this advice is useless, but I am saying that Xander Hall isn't a trans person, right? So I'm going to say that Xander Hall is going to have a piece of advice, right? And that piece is going to be, like, from a cis guy's perspective, like, right? And you can use that, and it can inform, you know, how you handle, because this is a really tough question. This is not simple at all. It's not straightforward. It's complicated. There's a lot that goes into this, right? And I don't think I have the right answer as a trans person, right? I don't think I completely know the best way to handle this stuff, right? But I'd say that, like, yeah, I don't know. I would not get, I mean, like, if I'm a trans person, I would not be getting I mean, you can take it into consideration, right? But there's so much more. There's so much more that Xander Hall couldn't possibly understand that goes into this decision.
Like that, you need to do it in a public place, like in the middle of a restaurant or something like that.
I mean, yeah, his intentions are good, right? That it's like, it sounds like he just doesn't want anybody to get in a situation where they're going to be the victim of some, you know, sort of some sort of violence brought on by, by the person finding out that you're trans in a non-public place. So I got, you know, I mean, like, yeah.
In the middle of, like, whatever, just in public where people can see. Good people that, like, if you get assaulted or screamed at, will come to your defense. Like,
I mean, I'm glad at least he's veering on the side of safety, right? You know,
not people who look like they might join in. You know what I mean? Like, gauge the crowd, right? And you're gonna want to say it pretty early on before the flirtation gets too high, because you have to understand that if you're a trans woman and you're dealing with the kind of guy who would be like this, the more he flirts with you, even if he doesn't touch you, that could make his embarrassment when you reveal that you're trans, if he's, like, then embarrassed by that, turn into murderous rage, potentially. Like, you have to be really, really careful. Now, ideally, you would say it before even meeting, if you have that opportunity. If you're just talking. Xander Hall, what is your thought on what to wear at a first date? Most guys think dressing fancy leaves a good impression, but that doesn't...
I mean, there was some editing there. Let's just give Xander Hall the benefit of the doubt, you know, chat, because that's the kind of person that I am, and say that it was probably cut out because you know, it wasn't like right, you know, it was just like, okay, you know, like, that part made sense, that next part didn't, you know what I mean? I don't think it's necessarily, you know, anything, you know, super sus, right? Just
doesn't apply.
Just moving on, maybe because the rest of the advice wasn't as applicable or wasn't as good, or I mean, there's a million reasons,
first
right?
Dates. Let me tell you this, okay? It depends on where you're going, okay? You have to know where you're going on the first date. If you're going to a nice restaurant, then you dress nice. If you're going to a casual place, you dress casually. But there's a floor, and the floor is pretty high. The lowest I'd ever say that you should be dressing for a first date in terms of, like, clothing, unless the person that you're talking to is, like, different and they've specifically said, like, what kind of clothes they like to see you in, or what.
Oh my god, what a weird situation that would be.
The lowest tier of clothing I'd say that you're going to want to be wearing are going to be, like, a nice polo shirt and, like, khaki pants with dress shoes. Lonnie, I know that you're not into that, but I'm from Florida, and that was the go-to. I'm from Florida, and that was the go-to. No polo shirts ever. Polo shirts are a nice shirt. It's a nice shirt that...
Maybe it's cultural, too, yeah.
Makes you look...
Lonnie's got a more California concept of what one should wear on a first date. Xander Hall's got a more Florida.
Like, you've put some effort into your...
Yeah, he said, well, anyway, this is just, you know, this is just kind of a culture. It's you know...
Your clothing. As an autistic person, what's the best way for me to tell if someone is actually interested in me or if they're just messing around in a way that comes off as flirtatious? Honestly, Megamania. So here's the thing.
Wearing Jordans on the first date.
I want you to weigh your options here. Let's say you think a girl or a guy. I'm going to say girl because most of these worries are not as big if you're a girl. I'm sorry. Women have this privilege. It's just true.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Gray Knight. You don't miss.
Squad
you
W,
don't miss.
my
you don't miss.
Anyway, so let's say there's this girl.
I was thinking that, but you can say it.
You think she might be flirting with you. My recommendation is just ask if they're flirting before you proceed. Say, "Are you flirting with me?" And if they're flirting, they're gonna say something like, if they say.
But I always say it in a way, like I always say it like this: "Are you flirting with me? Are you flirting with me?"
No, you stop. No matter what, you stop right there if they say no. Once you've heard the word no, it's over. But if they say maybe, that's yes. Maybe when offered that question means yes. That means yes, continue. When it comes to flirting, not when it comes to do you want to fuck, but when it comes to like flirting, like just talking and sort of like banter, then that means yes, like continue.
You have to giggle snort after that question.
I'm fucking with you. I'm reeling you in. You know, I'm playing with you a little bit, right? And from there, you just kind of have to gauge it out on a case-by-case basis. It's kind of hard for me to answer that question without knowing your exact situation.
Are y'all flirting with me?
That's the advice that I'd give.
But y'all is plural.
Where should you go on a first date? You don't want to go to the movies. And you don't want to go to like...
Don't say Cracker Barrel. Don't say Cracker Barrel.
Like a sports event or a show.
Don't say Cracker Barrel.
No. Or anything like that.
Please don't say Cracker Barrel.
You don't want to go to a place where you're going to sit in the dark and be quiet together.
Don't say Waffle House.
And watch something. You don't want to go that. You don't want to really go with that. I honestly recommend like coffee, dinner, lunch, or a walk in the park with food.
Okay, so Denny's, Applebee's.
There needs to be food. You need to be paying for... If you're a guy, you got to be paying for food in the first date, unless the girl insists otherwise. And you need to do something where you're going to be able to talk and
y'all is plural.
Actually get to know each other. That's the point of a first date. You not need to be just going and seeing a movie. Like, that's just kind of... I think that's so cringe. Like, in hindsight, I so regret ever going on a first date to a movie.
There's some wisdom in that. There's some wisdom in that. Yeah.
Girl. Like, oh my god, that's so fucking...
Well, yeah, because you always do the movie first, right? And then the dinner? Yeah, that's a little weird. It's like you kind of can't go... I mean, you can go to a movie with a stranger, but it just everything that you want from the movie, like in terms of that, like, you know, being able to kind of feel if there's chemistry, you're not gonna be able to ascertain.
Cringe. Like, Jesus Christ. Dinner is usually a bit much. Coffee or drinks or lunch is good. Yeah, something like that is also good, Lonnie. Nothing expensive. Yeah, don't go anywhere too expensive for a first date. Yeah. Like, I want to make it clear here, guys. Failure on a first date.
No, dude, he's definitely taking you to Denny's.
Because something that is... Okay, so let's say you go on a first date with somebody or you ask somebody out and something about you that is true...
Chat, where do you think Xander Hall takes you on a first date?
Ends up preventing the relationship from happening. You get rejected or the relationship...
Yeah, dinner date first would be weird, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Or you get turned down or you don't get a second date because of something about yourself that is true. A true, like, thing about yourself that is, you know, a thing that you admit, like, okay, I maybe am like this. That's a win. Because maybe you don't need to change yourself to get with a specific person.
I've heard Waffle House after 3 a.m. would be the place to go.
Maybe you're...
Oh, God, yeah, it'd be, like, the only place to go.
Okay,
no, you could go to Denny's.
With you being the way that you are. And maybe you've just taken a W because maybe now you've just gotten through one more roadblock between you and your perfect partner. My first date with my last partner, we went to dinner. He paid for dinner and drinks, and I paid for the cab and ride.
Pizza place with cursed animatronics. There we go.
/back.
That's where Xander Hall definitely takes you to Freddy Fazbear's. What's it called? Oh, God, what the fuck is the restaurant called? Does anybody remember what is the original restaurant from Five Nights at Freddy's? It's like Freddy Fazbear. I can't remember.
That's feminist. Listen to what your date is saying. Pay attention. Oh, yeah.
Waffle House is where I take all my conservative dates.
Definitely. I don't know, Crash Override. Women love food. And so do men, honestly. And NBs probably do too. I think everybody just fucking loves food. And the quickest way to anybody's heart is through their stomach. So, like, if you want to, like, make sure someone had a good time on a date, you get them food. Like, hold on. I want to make it very clear here. Do not let a girl go hungry on a date, okay? Do not let a girl go hungry on a date. And if a guy is letting you go hungry on a date and you're a girl, then he's not a good dude. And he is not doing a good job of being on a date with you. And you need to mention, like, give a hint that you're hungry and stuff like that and say, hey, I'm a little hungry. But, like, if he's, like...
People are happier after they've eaten.
Not getting you food. If he's like, yeah, sorry, don't really want to get food. Then, like, he's not doing a very good job at taking you on a date, is he? Oh my god, here's good advice. If you are...
Oh, I've dated very picky eaters. Yeah, be very vigilant about that.
Eating at, like, you're getting lunch or dinner or breakfast or some, you know,
Fazbear.
food or
Yeah, it's like Fazbear.
on any date.
God, what's it called?
And you get the opportunity to order that food. Order the least messy, most easy to have good manners thing to eat possible.
This is probably good advice.
Maybe instead
this is
of
basic,
eating,
but it's
like
solid.
maybe you go to get
it's
breakfast.
Solid.
Maybe instead of getting like a big
Freddy
fucking
Fazbear's Pizza
omelet and like pancakes with sticky syrup for the date, maybe instead you get like scrambled eggs, bacon, and hash browns. Something that's like literally just edible with simple bites from a fork. That's not gonna like have a high likelihood of falling into your lap or onto your shirt and getting it all greasy. Nothing that's going to get your mouth all dirty. Like, just, yeah, you guys, yeah, manners are really important.
You might not want to, like, smell like bacon when you lean in for the kiss. Just saying, you might not want to smell like bacon.
Important.
And eggs.
Really, really be important. I turned down a free turkey dinner from my insurance company because I'm vegan. What a mistake that was. That wasn't a question, but thank you. Clingy, watch out for Clingy. It could be an unhealthy...
You had zero issues with barbecue ribs for
relationship.
A date. Yeah.
Yes, guys. Guys, do not be afraid to terminate a relationship if you're seeing red flags. If you're seeing those red flags and you feel like maybe...
His menu selections are indeed consistent with Waffle House. I feel like depending on the date, like, you know, you could either go to Denny's or Waffle House. Maybe Applebee's if you're really hot. I don't know.
Time.
But that's about as good as you're gonna get with Xander Hall.
Don't wait for it to get too bad, because there's some guys I know who've had women ruin their lives, like legitimately, and women who've had guys ruin their lives, vice versa. I've had guys.
Xander Hall, have you talked to my exes?
I've met women who got killed by guys who guys got them killed because they were in a relationship with them, and it was just not. And the guy drank and drove, and now she's dead. She was on my swim team. There have been guys who've had their lives ruined by relationships with certain women. Don't do the whole I can fix thing. The red flags are red flags for a reason. You need to evacuate that shit like it's the Death Star, and it's about to explode. Stage 4 Clinger abort mission. True. Huge red flag, by the way. If they haven't seen Lord of the Rings and they're not interested in it, you need to dump them on the spot. If you don't think there's any way you can convince them to consume any Lord of the Rings movie at some point, then there's no point in pursuing the relationship. Thankfully, Lonnie has agreed to watch one Lord of the Rings movie after I finish watching all the Millennium movies with her, so I don't have to dump her. But, you know, had we not worked that out, then, it might not have worked out in the end, you know, because that's really important. That's a huge red flag if your partner doesn't like Lord of the Rings. You'll never finish those? Oh, we will, Lonnie, we will. I don't think you know how dedicated I am to the Lord of the Rings.
No, these are all important. You know, like if you start talking to them about your favorite video game and you say it's Persona 2 and they're like, oh, you mean the one where you like have to, like you're trapped in this horrible place where the only way to get out is to have to kill yourself, then you should probably not be even talking to that person, let alone dating them, right? If their knowledge of Persona is that like mixed up, it's like you're literally thinking of an SMT or something. Like, I don't know what you're thinking of. That's not Persona 2 Innocent Sin. If they're brunette, red flag. Oh my god. Yeah, especially if they paid to have their hair like dyed. Oh my god, what is coming out? No, 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 no. What is this? Oh my god, no, it's Xander Hall. Okay, so we're done with Xander Hall for right now. Okay, let's see. What advice does Vosh have? Vosh. We've watched Destiny. We've watched Infrared. Dating. I don't know. Maybe I'm trying to remember if this was the one. Oh right, this is the Matt Walsh one. Would Vosh date a fan? Breakup advice. General relationship convo? Oh, dicks and dating advice. There we go. That's what we're looking for, chat. Dicks and dating advice.
Advice for finding good people on Tinder? I mean, what are you looking for? This varies a lot. I'll say this much. My Tinder experience improved massively when I stopped swiping.
What is wrong with my hair? I don't get it. I don't get it, chat. It's like
really, really obvious, but
I think it's my lighting or something. But like, it looks brunette, and it should be like strawberry.
But take some time to actually look at the bio. If there's no bio at all, do you really want to like match with somebody who's relying only on their looks?
What? I mean, what's wrong with that, Bosch?
0% of you are subscribed. Fix that.
I know that sounds dumb, but like, even if there's a bitch on there who's just looking to get her fucking holes filled or whatever, I feel like most of them, the ones who are worth like talking to, put a little bit of effort into the bio. You know, like they're like, hey, I like video games, something, you know?
I mean, my bio just says, listen, I'm the kind of bitch that likes to get her holes filled. That's what I'm looking for. So you know, this is where you go for that. That's what my bio says.
I don't trust anyone who doesn't fill out the bio. Like, what are you even doing there? The algorithm also fucks over people who swipe on everyone? Oh, I didn't even know that. Well, there you go.
Tinder wept when I went offline.
Never joined a dating app. I'm terrified. Vol sells shoe. Vol sells shoe.
Vosh was Zan's mentor, just like Destiny was Vosh's mentor.
Yeah, she's also a public.
Yeah, you got version. Wait, no. Wait, what is that? Wait, is that right? So wait, is Demon Mama not version 3.0?
Figure. Yeah, dude, you
is Xander Hall version 3.0?
Being a content creator sure as fucked all of that up, dude. There are people who message me on Tinder, whatever. They'll be like, "Hey, Alden's number," and it's like, "Oh,
here for
okay.
hole filling, yeah."
Well, you sure know more about me than I know about you. We're sure entering into this conversation with an asymmetrical degree of awareness of each other and their lives and what they do. And also, like, here's the thing I think about.
That's the thing is, if I went on Tinder, the first thing I'd get would be like, "Hey, do you have files on XYZ streamer? Right? Do you have like?"
Even if I fuck someone, and
that's what we're gonna do on my date. We're gonna go through and look up through the dossier and just like, you know,
pretend not to know me, but they turn out to know me. Dude, what if they like cancel me?
I love this idea that I'm sitting on like all this information, right? That like, right? I'm gonna cancel Vosh, but I just haven't gotten around to it yet. I'm just waiting till I get the critical mass of cancellation material on Vosh, right?
There's some shit. What if somebody goes on Twitter? I guess anyone could lie and say this, but what if somebody goes on Twitter and they're like, "Hey, I fucked Vosh last night. He sucks. He sucks, okay?
He's not good at sex. Yeah.
Fuck him." Like, oh my god.
His rhythm is off.
Be able to live it down. I pay Hyena like $20,000 a month in hush money just to keep them from telling all of you that I suck at sex, okay? I do not need to diversify that investment. They leak your cock size? Well, I did that to myself. Wait, you have? Yeah, I put nudes of myself out there like day one of being a public figure. Figured, this is gonna happen eventually. Here we go. Better make it up front, you know? What is your cock size down to the micrometer? Here's a question for you guys.
See, now there's a real good question. If there was nudes of Vosh out there, why didn't I have those in the... Why weren't those in the dossier? Maybe those a separate dossier. That's what they always say when like something you would expect in the dossier isn't in the dossier. They're like, oh yeah, well the Dylan one had its own separate thing. Like the Dylan was its own separate area code, right? It's...
Okay. You know how once you're past like 10 years old, people stop saying like, I'm 9.5. You know what I mean? Like people just say their age. They don't say like, and a half or anything. People won't even say like, I'm 1 month till whatever. They'll just say their age like flat out, you know? What's the acceptable like dick length? Is it okay to say it down to like the 1/2 inch? Is that okay? I think that's fine, right? If a person says, I'm 7.5 inches long, like, okay, like, all right. But if a person says, I'm 7 3/4,
You're high as hell.
Okay. All right. How closely are you scrutinizing your junk? Like, all right, okay, all right. You know? But I've actually seen people go down to the...
I saw Vosh nudes on Twitter, but they were probably fake. No, he says that he put them out. I mean, maybe they were fake, but like he said that he put the legit ones out. Actually, there's a few streamers that do. That I wish I hadn't seen.
8th. I'm not kidding.
I really wish I could have done without
my
the...
dick is like 6.875.
I could have done without the mind waves. That's all I'm saying, Chad. I could have done without the mind waves.
Inches. And at that point, it's like, okay, we need the circumference.
Although at one time I thought mind waves was
the
cute.
most important stat. That's why I'm
It's a long time
proud
ago,
of
though.
my fat fucking meat cock, okay? When the length by circumference dimensions of your penis could describe a square, then you know you're in the money pit, okay? That's when you know. When you're like, yeah, I'm about 7 inches by 7 inches, you know? That's when you know, oh fuck. The sharpness is the best indicator? Yeah, the keen edge, obviously. Do your dick resemble a Japanese style knife or a European style? Dude, Japanese knives are so fucking cool. Please, you made me so insecure. Wait, panic stages. Why are you feeling insecure? What the fuck? We're memeing here. Jesus Christ. Don't derive your self-esteem from fucking meme-ass conversations about dick size, alright? You got the mushroom tip? I mean, I think the head of my penis looks...
Nothing like a mushroom?
Normal. It's like a normal penis head.
Non-mushroom? Okay.
Does the size of the balls matter? I feel like the size of the balls only matter if they're really disproportionate, right? Like, if they're a little bigger or a little smaller, then that's fine. But if you have, like, teeny tiny or, like, colossal gigaballs, then maybe that'd be weird? I don't know. I feel like people tend to have ball sizes of, like, the same predictable size. Yeah, fucking giga nuts, you know? You excited for dick transplants to become commonplace? Yeah, sure. For you people who need them. Your opinion on what size is too big? I'm a giant size queen. Don't ask me that. I literally don't know the metric for dick girth. Like, everyone knows dicks are around 6 inches long. What the hell is average girth? I think the average girth of a penis, I
mean, this is like kind of what you'd expect from Bosch, right?
Just between 4 and 5 inches at its fattest point.
Like, Destiny's gonna give you the, like, you know, like the you know, how to manipulate people advice. Xanderhall's gonna give you the take them to Waffle House advice, and then Bosch is gonna give you the dick and balls discourse, right? That's about what you'd expect.
Be a little lower than that, I think.
Paz is gonna give you the Sigma advice. It's exactly what you'd expect from all these debate bros, right? It's like they're who they are as people is what kind of debate bro dating advice they give.
I think that's around the ballpark. Keep in mind that girth isn't the same thing as width. Girth is not width. Width is just straight across. Girth would be straight across, like, doubled, right? Wait.
But
no.
No, times pi, Vosh. Times, wait, is it pi? Is it just pi? Yeah, it's pi. Wait. 1/2 width squared times pi. Yes, that's how the girth is. The girth is pi times...
Width would be the diameter at its widest point. So then the circumference would be the radius times pi. Or is it pi r squared?
I think it's... Wait. The radius times pi. Is that with the circumference? Yeah, wait. No, I can't remember which one's pi r squared. The sphere?
Surface area of the circle, right?
The circle does not have surface area. I think you're thinking of sphere.
Yeah, just weigh the dick, okay? Just weigh the dick, alright? Yeah, cockology. It'd be circumference. Hold on. Average penis size chart. I saw a gigantic chart one time from this. Let me see.
It was the 4chan. Is he talking about the 4chan's chart? Is he talking about that shit?
If I can find the... Where's the mega chart?
Oh my god, like... this is... Okay, so you know, there's like... Wait, aren't there charts like this? It reminds me almost of like... There's like a chart for like tights, right? You know, for like pantyhose, right? It almost reminds me of that, but like what it is it's like dick size is, what is it like? Is it like length and then girth and then like it's a square, and then there's like certain ones filled in that are filled in as like these ones are most like preferable by women supposedly, right? It's not based on anything. It's just some 4chan bullshit.
Standard deviation.
Circumference pi 2r. Oh, so it is pi d. Jesus Christ. I was trying to cut it in half and square it and do all this. Yeah.
And stuff. It was a big chart. Oh, here we go. Did you know there are some countries where they measure penis size by flaccid stretched out? Who the fuck are these people trying to fool? I don't know what other people are doing, but my flaccid penis stretched out is not as long as my erect penis. Yeah, sometimes that's how it's measured. Like, okay, how?
Does that hurt?
This is a condom sizing chart. That's not really.
I feel like that would hurt.
Yeah, man, I saw such a good chart on this once. Here. Circumference. That's what we're looking for.
2 pi r.
Circumference.
That's
right
it.
now.
There it is.
This is length, not length. We want circumference. And apparently, according to this, the 50... This is in centimeters! Honestly! Nobody measures dick...
That's not true.
...in centimeters. Nobody!
Listen, I'm from Twitch, and I happen to know that's not true. Okay?
Oh, I
happen to know.
Centimeters long. No, cool. Nobody cares. Jesus. That would actually be pretty big dick, wouldn't it? 17 centimeters? Wait. Isn't 2... You multiply inches by 2 times 2? 14, 17... Yeah, that'd be big. That'd be like 7.5 inches. Yeah, okay, that'd be about pretty big. Okay, hold on. Average penis circumference chart. I'm not giving up on this. I just don't understand. There was such a good chart. How is this not coming to the top? Here we go. Thank you for finding the site that I was thinking of. Okay, so we're looking at the global average here. Okay, for which the average erect length is 5.5 inches. Okay. And the mustache, Jesus, and the
only 95% of the planet. Yeah.
Average erect girth is about 4.5 inches. Okay, so I was right. 4 to 5.
Wait, is that at the base though?
5 inches, right? So 4.55 inches. Now, do we have the standard deviations?
That's only like 6.5. That's pretty average. Well, he says it's 5.5. I don't know.
Here. Oh, it's a chart. I can put my length in, and I can see how that stacks up.
Because that's what we want to know. Thank you, Vosh. Thank you for letting us know your length. That's great.
Fluid ounces. Damn.
I guess that is an average. Yeah. Oh my God. Well, I don't know. Yeah. I guess everybody thinks that they're average.
The person who linked it. Link it in chat so other people can look. Yeah, fluid ounces. Yeah, like for volume. Yeah. What is your volume? It says my volume is 12.58 fluid ounces. That's how we should be measuring it from now on, okay? That's how we should be measuring it, all right? You pour that cock into a cup, you get 12.58 fluid ounces, okay? Yeah, a cup of cock. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, displacement volume is the way, okay? That's your jizz capacity, isn't it? Oh, if only humans could jizz 12.58 floral ounces of cum.
Floral ounces.
Now that would be a life.
If only it came out smelling floral. I mean, like it smells like lavender. That's lovely. That's lovely, sweetie.
5 inches is outrageously big. Well, that'd be an inch larger than
it's floral.
The global mean, right? So that would be.
I'm gonna use it for my
20%, like 18%.
I'm gonna use it as moisturizer.
That's not nothing. Yeah. Do you think size matters? I think it matters.
Graduated cylinder. There you go.
People say it does, but I'm aesthetically attracted to huge dicks. It's not a practicality thing for me.
Wait.
Yeah, sorry, Tempest. No cock segments. My girlfriend said big dicks hurt, so size doesn't matter. Well, it depends on the person, right? Some people like being hurt. One of the first fuck buddies that I ever had was this tiny woman who just liked having their cervix just absolutely ground into a pulp. Just, you know how when you're mashing garlic to get out the flavor after roasting it? That's what she wanted her cervix to look like, you know? Not everyone's like that. So you people are babies. We used to talk about sex for 4 hours during the fucking video game streams. But you know what? That's fine. We've got a larger audience. It's okay. You know?
Wait, is that yikes?
We're being boiled down. What's wrong with talking about sex? You people are what's wrong with talking about sex. You degenerate fucking.
Wait. Is he worried about chat saying inappropriate stuff, or is he worried about he himself getting canceled? Yeah.
How do you measure?
I know, you shouldn't listen to Vosh talk about sex. You should have listened to Irene talk about sex, obviously.
Your girth? With a flexible tape. A flexible
obviously.
Measuring tape. What else? I remember that the go-to home test for fat dicks back in the day was if you could fit your dick in like a toilet paper.
Yeah, he said I think he meant fluid ounce.
Or like paper towel tube. You know, the little The little tubes that are
Wait.
in the middle of all the paper towel and toilet paper and stuff.
There's dicks that don't go through one of those?
More incel and doomer takes.
Anyone but
Isn't talking
Mosh.
about big dicks enough incel bait? Because then they can all like bemoan. They don't have colossal penises. I'm sure some of them do too. If you could be born again, would you be born with a pussy
They're
or
all-
a dick? This is my only criteria. I legit would not mind being born a woman or being a woman or whatever. Though I enjoy all the privileges I get for being a man, so that's fun. But like
Mine doesn't.
Actually, body-wise, I wouldn't mind that at all. But I want to have a dick. I just like having a dick. It's just more fun for me. I just prefer it. I don't know if I'd have much fun in it. Maybe for like a day, but like for my life, nah. You said I throw myself away.
Oh my god. Okay, well, I feel a little bit dirty. Does anybody else feel dirty? Does anybody feel a little bit dirty after like that? I just feel a little dirty. Anybody want to think of somebody else to... What other debate bros should we look for advice from? Oh wait, what was this? Matt Walsh had advice. Wait, there's a relationship advice for the Reddit crowd, and then there's more relationship advice for the Reddit crowd. And there's more relationship advice for the Reddit crowd from Matt Walsh. Okay. Okay, there's like way too... 1940s debating advice is too progressive? Conservative relationship advice? He does a lot of this. Okay, how bad
Today
is
we're
this
going to
going
look
to
at
be?
some questions from the
How bad is this going to be, chat? I've never watched Matt Walsh before.
relationships forum on Reddit. Lots of confused and helpless people go on to this forum looking for advice on their relationships. I may not be an expert on marriage or on relationships, but I am at least an expert compared to the sort of hapless saps who go looking for advice on Reddit. That's generally, it's one of the good things about living in a collapsing civilization is that everyone is so stupid and crazy that I look pretty good by comparison. So it's good for my self-esteem anyway. So let's go through a few.
Who the fuck is this guy? I've never heard. I feel like all the debate bros know about this Matt Walsh, and they're doing dunks on the.
Few of these. I think these are some recent
Who is he?
questions
Where did
that
he
were
come
posed.
from? Why
all
do
the
I
advice
care?
given by the Redditors is
Do
not
I care?
good. Let me give you the truth of it. So here we go. This is headline: I cheated on my partner and I don't know what to do. It's a 24-year-old female cheating with a 25-year-old male.
Female.
She says, last night I got incredibly drunk with a friend, 26-year-old male, who I trusted and have been friends with for years. We are both in long-term relationships and have never expressed romantic attraction towards each other. Because, for one, I never liked him like that. Well, apparently you did, miss. Apparently you did. And for two, we're both in loving relationships. Apparently not, miss. Apparently not. While we were super drunk, he asked me to dance. And of course I said yes, because I'm the type of person that loves to dance. It was not romantic dancing. It was more fun because we were listening to upbeat music. Then he kissed me, and I didn't know what to do. I was both shocked and super drunk, and I don't really remember much of what happened, but I know we didn't have sex or do anything sexual besides kiss. He might have groped me, but I don't know. I'm very stressed out with a nasty hangover. I already am going to be not friends with the guy because I can't believe he'd do that, especially when I was much more drunk than him. Now what do I do about my boyfriend? We're moving in together this month. We already signed a 1-year lease and I love him to bits. This man wants to marry me and spend the rest of his life with me. Where do I even begin to tell him that I did such a horrible thing? I can't stomach thinking about it. I can't imagine telling him. Any advice is appreciated. Okay, first of all, you've already got the excuses teed up, don't you? How could he do this? How could he be the one who does this? I was much more drunk than he was. Yeah, well, whose fault was it that you decided to get drunk? But did he hold you down? Like use a funnel and force Miller Lite down your throat? What, did he waterboard you? No, this is a choice you made. And what were you doing hanging out one-on-one at night
with another man that's not your boyfriend?
With a member of the opposite sex. And then getting drunk. And you're supposedly in a relationship you care about. So how was...
Wait, there was like a reason though. Wasn't there a reason that they got drunk? There was like a reason.
This plan supposed to work. What did you think was going to happen?
He's definitely going to blame the victim here, yeah.
Literally no good could come of that. No good. Only bad. So you're doing...
Hey, chat. Spicy take. Lie to your dude. I hate to say that, but that's the best policy. We live in a fucked up world, okay? Where people blame victims all the fucking time. So don't tell the truth about your innocent fucking sin. Lie to the guy. Because that's what you have to do, because that's what kind of world we fucking live in. Right? You would think that being honest and upfront would be the best policy. You would think that people would be understanding. That, you know, that people would realize that nobody's fucking perfect, right? You would think that, right? You would think that people wouldn't take like one indiscretion or, you know, bad choice and blow it up and turn it into like something that it's not, like an intention to cheat, right? But that's wrong. He absolutely would. He absolutely would. And the best case scenario, he uses it as fucking blackmail against, not blackmail, but you know what I mean? He holds it over your head for the rest of the relationship. That's the best case scenario, okay? That's the best case scenario. There's a lot of worse case scenarios than that. I say lie to the fucker, right? Like, you know, like you could question like how you got into that situation, right? But however you did it, it is not cheating if some guy kisses you, okay? That's not cheating. You're not anybody's property. You got to stand up for yourself. And you also got to realize it is not a kind world.
Something in a relationship where you know that what you're doing right now, it can't help your relationship. It can only hurt. It's just a matter of how much is it going to hurt. And you decided to do it anyway. And this is what...
Like, if you legitimately hurt somebody, if you legitimately do something wrong, then fucking apologize for it. You know, like, right? That's real. But if you do something that just seems sus to people, you got no fucking... And you shouldn't. Anytime I've ever tried to be like, okay, well, I don't like lying, and here's a time when I was, you know, I didn't tell the truth. Let me straighten it out. Let me just tell them, okay, here's why I lied. You know, here's what it was about, right? Please see it in the context that it's actually in. Please see it for what it is, and don't like, you know, go from this to, oh, so you're just gonna lie about everything. No, I'm not. I lied one time, okay, and then I told you about it because I like to be honest, and I would prefer not to lie, right? No, I don't know, Chad. Is this? Am I?
Why people don't?
Am I too jaded here?
Want to hear it, but the truth is,
I don't think you can tell the truth.
Especially if you're getting married or you are married, you shouldn't.
I don't trust people enough to tell them the truth.
Be having
How about that?
One-on-one hangout sessions with friends of the opposite sex. People don't want to hear it, but it's true. Take it from a guy who's been married for 10 years, okay? If you do decide to do this anyway, though, you especially shouldn't be drinking and dancing as well. You're just asking for trouble. And just another point here. Ladies, if a man is drinking with you, or even if he's not, and he asks you to dance, and he's not like related to you, but it's just a quote friend, it is 100% a sexual/romantic thing. Every single time, 100% of the time. So here's what I would say. You're not responsible or mature enough to be in a relationship right now. This is totally your fault, and it's also the guy's fault. You both share 100% of the blame. So tell your boyfriend what you did. If he leaves you, you deserve it. And just try not to get raging, sloppy drunk with some other dude the next time you're in a relationship. So can you manage that? It's kind of a low bar, but if you can get over that bar, I think you'll be fine. Headline here is, my boyfriend sucks.
If you can't explain why what happened wasn't cheating, but you are being taken advantage of, then explaining why you lied definitely won't work. If you can't explain away why what happened wasn't cheating, but you being taken advantage of, then explaining why you lied, yeah, it's just that like there's so many people that'll hear that and they'll think it's an excuse. They'll just like, I don't know. Like the fact that a guy had his mouth on you makes you sus, right? That's the truth of the matter. As soon as they hear that, it's not going to matter how it happened, why it happened, or what your intentions were. It's just going to be like, oh no, you're probably lying about your intentions, right? And that this is, you know...
That gift giving.
I don't know.
How do I approach him about it? As the title said, my boyfriend...
She didn't do anything. He kissed her. Did she... You know, it sounds like no.
Sucks at gift giving. Honestly, I don't care much about gifts, but sometimes I feel like if he could just tell me he doesn't know what to gift me for Christmas or birthday, for example, I wouldn't be as bothered. The writing here is not stellar. Examples of his gifts.
It's the internet, okay?
Him and I was long distance for a while. Him and I was long distance.
Dick.
Him and I was long distance for, like, they're not sending their best to Reddit. They really aren't. Him and I was long distance for a while because we were pursuing
Hassan has dating advice.
education
Yeah, right?
at different states. Well, you should have pursued it harder than you did, ma'am. We were pursuing our education at different states, and he'd tell me so much about this friendly stray dog outside of his dorm. I love dogs, and every time I go and visit him, he'd always take me to pet the dog. So for my birthday a few years ago, he decided to commission someone a portrait of this stray dog.
Bamps.
Yes, a dog I saw and pet maybe 4 times, whom I have no ownership. But I'm guessing, since I was so eager, hearing about how cute it is means I want a portrait of it. This is a college student. This is a college-educated person. This is what, yeah, this individual is...
Wait, you're worried more about the woman's writing than you are about the guy's, like, commissioning of a picture of a dog that she petted?
Spending $90,000.
That's what you're going to concentrate on here?
On an education, and she cannot even write a sentence. He hyped it up as something I would really love, but when I saw his gift, I really tried my hardest to not look disappointed. The amount he tipped the artist is the same price of commission, so, like, I'd rather him spending that much money on me. It felt like my birthday money was split with the artist, and that's just one example. I'd say about 80% of his gifts for me are in the realm of, baby, I appreciate the thought, but why did you think I need this? He's a very loving boyfriend, don't get me wrong, but it sucks when I put a lot of efforts into gift giving and have something I don't...
Can I be totally honest with you, chat? Like, I've cheated on somebody, like, in their house, like, right? Okay? Like, if you want to really find the cancel material for NCC, it's this, okay? I, like, cheated on somebody in the house that we lived in together, okay? And it happened because I was hanging out with somebody that I didn't know, and I had never experienced, like, chemistry that came about, like, I don't know. Oh my god, why am I talking about this? Why am I talking about... Okay, so the girl in the story, just, like, to keep this straight, the girl in the story, she got, you know, kissed against her will. It sounds like, right? From what she's saying. She got kissed against her will, okay? I just didn't know myself enough to know that, like, that could happen. And, also, like, the partner that I was with, like, when I started transitioning, they were, like, less sexually interested in me, right? So it was, like, the combination of just, like, not being... I didn't think I was desirable to my partner, and I got in a situation that I just didn't expect. And so, like, I don't know. Am I a horrible person?
Don't even use or need in return. I'm not exaggerating. I knew he...
Why does Reddit have to be, like, an essay for your... I know, right?
Seals. So for one of his birthdays, I got him to see and pet a seal in person.
I mean, this was a long time ago, chat. This is not something that I would do today. Like, but, like, I don't know. The way that some people talk about cheating, it's like... I feel like a lot of times the intentionality that's ascribed to cheating isn't really necessarily present.
For another...
Not that you can... Not that it's like, you know, that you, obviously, you know, it's wrong. You're responsible for it. You did a bad thing, right? You know, but like the idea that, like, I don't know. Like the idea that you're unfaithful, right? Because of that. Like the unfaithful in the sense of like, you know, you can't be trusted, right? I don't think that's necessarily true. I don't know. I mean, what I'm trying to say is that libido is not something that I like have 100% control of, right? At all times. Like maybe more that maybe I have more control of it than I did, you know, years ago, but
I purchased a big package from the World Wildlife Federation for him to adopt a seal and handmade him a seal plush.
If your argument is don't get drunk around a stranger because you can't trust a stranger, keep in mind that in this case, she was good platonic friends with the guy. Yeah, I know. That's the other thing too, is that like that, yeah, you know, you get in one of those situations and it's almost like you're sus for even like being drunk around like a guy. And it's weird for me because like I'm used to having friends, right? And in some relationships you're in, it feels like you're kind of like not allowed to have friends in the same way, or like that's suspicious if you maintain like close bonds between your friends, like that.
And my favorite gift from him is still the scrapbook he made me. Though very clumsily made and not organized, I'd still value it over any pricey arts he's commissioned that I have no use, so it's not like I need something super expensive. So Reddit, what do I do? Aside hire an English tutor. How do I tell him that I don't really like the majority of his gifts? I'm asking this because my birthday is in April and he already hyped me up about what I will get, and I am just scared of another disappointing gift. Okay. Oh my gosh.
Libido mismatch is a big time relationship issue. Most people stay in relationships too long when it isn't working. Yeah, that's probably true.
A few problems here. First of all, don't say you don't care about gifts. Don't insult my intelligence. Don't insult the intelligence of your boyfriend. Don't say you don't care about gifts. You obviously care about gifts. You just rambled about it for 46 pages. You care about gifts.
This guy's annoying.
All women do.
That's why people should be open to having those conversations with their partners regarding those boundaries. Not everyone is going to be fully content having sex intimacy with one person.
I mean, all people do. Most people do. I mean, I don't really care. I actually don't care about gifts, but I'm like a sociopath. So that's most people who have regular human emotions do care about them. So that's the first thing.
Well, I mean, it was just like, you know, it was a combination of having, you know, just started transitioning and, you know, like not being like sexually active with my partner for whatever reason. I mean, like they said that it was more conditional to like stuff that was going on in their life, that they just were, you know, they were grinding too hard basically to, you know, to be sexual with me. And you know, I mean, that's fair. They were doing a lot and stuff. And I just really didn't understand like how being desired sexually after like not feeling desired sexually would affect me, right?
Also, I mean, I'm not going to say that I would want a painting of a stray dog as a gift.
The thing is like I never had a problem with like, because like this person, like I kind of knew that they might hit on me, but I thought that I could just kind of like, you know, I thought I could kind of redirect. Like I'm sometimes pretty good about redirecting people, but it was somebody that I'd really only talked to on the internet. And so it's like when we were together in person, the dynamic was different. Like on the internet, I could be like, you know, I could be like, you know, bad dog and be like, you know, smack the snoot and they would like, right? But like in person, it's a little harder to do that, to bonk effectively. Yeah.
But it was thoughtful and it was expensive. So you should be grateful for that. And your gift was what? You
should be able to, get drunk around your friends. Like that shouldn't be like this big.
Took him to pet a seal?
This guy's a frozen TV dinner from the 1950s.
How humiliating. How embarrassing.
Pet a seal? Is that a euphemism?
Embarrassing. Must that have been for him? Who wants to pet a seal? I guarantee.
I mean, wait, is it a euphemism?
He didn't want to do that. And you dragged him along to some like seal petting zoo. And there's a bunch of 4-year-olds.
Are you sure you're not just like misreading a metaphor?
And your poor boyfriend petting the seal like, yeah, this is great, babe. Thanks so much for this. And also another thing, a stuffed animal, seal, once again, I guarantee you. Now, I mean, I know masculinity is not what it used to be in this culture, but come on. That is not his favorite gift. I can tell you that right now. So get your own house in order. Don't throw stones when you live in a seal petting zoo. Here's another one. This is from a guy this time. I've been dating my girlfriend, as a 23-year-old male. I've been dating my girlfriend, 24-year-old female, for about 6 months now.
Oh,
She's
Reddit.
fairly active on Instagram with a couple accounts. Her main account is about 2,000 followers. I'm not too into Instagram, don't post often, and have like 300 people on it, only following meme pages and friends. I've started to notice that whenever she's feeling shitty or something bad happens, she posts scandalous pictures on Instagram. For example, she recently found out that she had to spend 20...
I'm sorry, chat. I only told you that because it's like the worst thing about me. I promise everything else, like nothing is as bad as cheating with somebody I lived with. That was the low moment for me. That's why I told you, not because it's like, oh, this is like what I do and shit. You know, this is great. You know, cheating on somebody you live with. Yeah, it's awesome. No,
$200 on a dental
not
issue that wasn't fully
recommended.
covered by insurance.
But
Right after
I'm
she
just
posted
using it to illustrate the point that you can totally be in love with somebody and totally care about somebody, and in, you know, a situation that you're not really expecting, like cheating can happen where it doesn't mean like that you're, you know, that you shouldn't be trusted, right? Or that you're not, you know, there for them, right? I don't know. Am I being
a saucy picture? I mean, who doesn't react to dental bills that way? I cannot tell you how many times I've been at the dentist, they give me the bill, and I'm so frustrated I just strip all my clothes off. You know, we all have been there before. It's a normal human reaction. Another time we were in a sort of week-long disagreement about something, and at the worst point, she posted a sexy pic of herself in lingerie. I know she's really into her Instagram, and who doesn't like posting hot photos every now and then? What concerns me is that she uses it as a coping mechanism to deal with things happening in her life. It doesn't bother me too much right now, but it makes me worry about her potential future if she's so quick to look for social media validation. It feels like an unhealthy coping mechanism, but maybe I'm overthinking it. How can I help her deal with things without relying on Instagram, or is this not something to even worry about? Okay, so the options you're giving...
You didn't say I cheated and they deserved it. Oh, that would be the dick move, yeah.
...me right now is, how do I help her deal with it, or should I not worry about it? Let me give you option C, okay? Go through door number 3, leave her, dump her, kick her ass to the curb. That's the option you should be taking. She takes her clothes off as a coping mechanism.
What?
Do you hear yourself right now?
What?
This is your girlfriend. Now, let me ask you something. How else do you think this girl is coping? What other forms of coping is she doing?
Dude, is he trying to make the guy
she is
paranoid?
now, or she soon will be, coping with the assistance of some guy she met at the gym. Okay, she's going to meet some guy at the gym, and they're going to be doing a lot of coping together. A whole lot of coping between the two. Lots of feeling happening, feeling of all types, coping and copping feels. So have some self-respect. A woman who undresses for other...
If a girl literally made me a stuffy, I would. It would be my favorite gift because she made it for me.
Men, or for the public, or for anyone, is not worth your time. Self-respect. Okay. Finally.
Trying to scare him.
The title here is My Girlfriend is a Poo-Poo Head. Please help. She meows like a cat randomly and cries like a baby.
All right, good night, everybody. It's been a really good stream. Thank you all for being here, and we're not gonna watch. We're not gonna watch my ex. What the fuck?
When
Chat, this is totally me.
She burrows into things and makes dramatic fainting noises.
Oh my god, it's totally me.
What do I do? She burrows into things when threatened. Is she a gerbil?
No, she's a cat.
Don't date gerbils. That would really be my advice. It's illegal in most states and unadvisable in all states, really. So I'd say time to let this one go as well.
Jim from the gym.
You've made it to mammals. Yeah, I'm trying to look at the silver lining. So that's good. It's progress. You're on mammals, but really you want to stick with the human species is what I would, I would recommend that. I'm old-fashioned, I admit, but that would be my advice there. Okay, so I think I just recommended to everyone that they break up. That's been my advice.
So he can date he can come by and catch the, you know, date all the people that got broken up with, right? That's Matt Walsh's thing.
And I admit, look, if you aren't married,
I admit it might be in your interest. Like I might be looking up every one of your exes right after this, going over and to for a booty call with them. But
and you aren't even engaged,
like I'm talking about guys and girls. Matt Walsh is going to make a booty call on everybody's door.
I think ultimately breaking up is usually the best answer to most of your serious problems because it's probably heading that way anyway.
You can break up so that he can bury his bearded face between your ass cheeks and go, that's what he's asking for, chat. That's what he's asking for. He just wants to go. I can't do it, chat, but he can do it, and he'll do it with his bearded. Anyway, chat. Oh my God, I don't know where that came. Wow. Okay, that was interesting. That was unexpected. Let's see what Hassan has to say about dating advice. Hassan, what is your dating advice? What is your Chad advice? Oh, it literally is called Chad advice. Oh my God. Hassan reacts to dating advice videos. Oh my God, that actually looks pretty good. Dating advice from Ben Shapiro. Okay, let's watch the Chad advice. That 30 minutes. Okay. This is old. This is old, Hassan.
Okay. All right, let's do it. My analysis
of
dating is somewhat similar to a free market capitalist. This is a very great introduction, like a good entry point into this conversation because it
fish brains in a
really
barrel.
Is. And I've talked about this before. Obviously, there are certainly issues with that mentality right off the bat. I know that a lot of people get upset at me. We're gonna have some fucking conversations about human nature throughout this as well, which will really upset people. But let's get started. So all of the advice is gender neutral, and I'm just using girls as an example because that's my experience, even though I have given the same exact advice to both men and women. Okay? And it applies for...
The possibility of Matt being somebody's rebound is good motivation to try to fix a relationship.
For same-sex relationships, it applies for trans folk. It applies to everyone for the most part. But I will be using girls, so don't get fucking too caught up on that. And then don't like reinforce this notion that like all women are queens and I'm being a total fucking hypocrite and I'm being super manipulative or whatever.
Oh, Matt Walsh was on at the time.
So let's get started. So number one, there's 7 rules that
I don't even know what Matt Walsh is like famous from. Like, right? I just know that people dunk on him and he's like
these
some
are
kind of
7
right
rules
wing
that I talked about.
Old school frog guru.
And I'm going to go over them very quickly. So number 1 was start talking to as many girls as possible. And this is the most important advice that I can give you guys, especially because, this is a way for you to get better and combat your social anxiety. I think everyone probably has social anxiety, no matter how cool or social or extroverted they might seem. A lot of people start off with social anxiety. It's understandable. You don't know what's going on. You're afraid of being rejected. And that's totally acceptable and totally reasonable to feel.
He's a Gilbertian right winger from Reason, always been toxic.
Scared at first, but the reason why I'm saying that you should start talking to as many girls as possible is because you'll be able to deal with that anxiety, and you'll most importantly figure out that it's actually not. That rejection, that fear of rejection is something that you need to lose. You have nothing to lose but your chains. And in this instance, the chain is the fear of rejection. In order to get over rejection, it's the one thing you have to do. And at first you're going to suck at it and it's going to be embarrassing, but then you're going to realize that it's not the end all be all. You're not fucking dying when a girl flat out rejects you. And I talked briefly about how like some girls are fucking brutal, and I get that, and some guys are fucking brutal, and I get that, especially if like those girls and guys are constantly being harassed on a daily basis. Not every social interaction is harassment, but it might start coming across as harassment especially if you're just inundated with requests every fucking day. And you have to be mindful of that when you're approaching girls. So, you know,
Hassan is the first one to sound
they're
reasonable.
being approached super often.
I don't think you call Hassan a debate bro. Isn't Hassan kind of like an anti-debate bro?
So you shouldn't be rude or you shouldn't be disrespectful, especially if you do get actually not even if, especially when you do get rejected, because you're gonna get fucking rejected a lot, okay? And by doing all of this, you're gonna understand how to talk to human beings in general, and after a while, you're gonna get better at it, and that's really important because it's like training, it's like muscle training. You know what I mean? It's no different.
It's the same thing.
The key to talking to girls is trying to get a point of mutual understanding and interest. You're trying to understand what they think, make them understand you a bit, get interested in what they enjoy, show what you're interested in, and confirm that they find you interesting. One of the things that I talked about off of that analysis was that these are like very basic rules, but the best word in the English language is your name that people want to hear. So get them to start talking any way you possibly can. And ultimately they're going to start becoming more comfortable with your existence. And if you guys have similar interests or whatever, you'll be able to get to a point where, oh shit, my fucking TYT ring just broke. Holy fuck, that's crazy. Look at this.
It's almost like it's saying something to you, Hassan. This is Hassan from 2 years ago, remember? TYT ring just broke.
I don't even know how that happened. You can't really tell. There's a little crack in the middle of it. Anyway.
It might be a sign of things to come.
So that's really important. So now let's move on to number 2, okay? Operate on scarcity dynamics. This is going to be something that triggers a lot of folks, but you can't seem too available. And let me, before even I get into this, the reason why I mentioned scarcity dynamics is because the way we analyze value in other human beings.
Like, it might not have seemed like it at the time, but Hassan getting fired from TYT or whatever they did, like they canceled his show or whatever, that's probably the best thing that could have happened to him, honestly. He's lucky. He's lucky to get out, you know, when he did, right? I would not want to be tied to the baggage of TYT. If you've seen some of the, like, if you know how they were, like, earlier, right? Like, there's so many, like,
if you're too available,
there's so many bad trans takes associated with the main show.
The other person, regardless of your social status, will start thinking,
and I'm not even sure if there's been an apology issued, right? It's kind of like
less of you, but will start thinking that they are higher on the totem pole, or they're valued at a higher position than you are, whether it be because of their physical characteristics or your physical characteristics, or even your social status.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah,
could be anything.
It's a good move.
Your personality. It could be a variety of different reasons. So that's why you have to make yourself seem unavailable. And this is the part where people get
thank you, Buffy. Good call. Yes,
yes,
we can.
Unattainable, human beings automatically assume that you are more valuable, and there are ways to do the availability. There was
chat. He had the same mic that I have now, so maybe his sound wasn't as.
There's ways to get around availability.
You know how my sound's always kind of low?
Overzealous, don't seem too available.
I don't know.
And actually get busy. And you get busy by talking to as many girls as possible. And
yeah, Jink is too much.
You're not hyper focusing on one girl, because if the stakes are really high, you're afraid of fucking up. You're probably going to say the wrong thing. But if the stakes,
thank you,
are low because you're talking to multiple people, then it doesn't matter. Then you know, you're not afraid of fucking up, and therefore you're probably going to come across more confident. Hasanabi, any evidence to support this, or is it all anecdotal? Jesus Christ, fucking Destiny fans, dude.
Dude, you gotta prove it. Hassan, where's your randomized control trial of this method?
It's so hard. Okay. So the fuckboy mode that I engaged here, or fuckboy or fuckgirl mode here, is that you can have your red receipts on. Now this is a fucking big secret, okay? This is a big bad secret that I'm telling you, 1,284 people that are in this chat. This is something that you can do to show people that oh shit, I was too busy, I couldn't get back to you in time, I'm so sorry. And it is manipulative, and I totally understand, but it goes off of exactly what I was talking about before, as far as scarcity, and as far as like increasing your value to actually get to a point that is your actual value, okay?
Oh my god.
And then don't act too excited if you end up actually going on a date. Don't act too excited. Don't go above and beyond. The example that I've
Wait.
used before is a girl that I wanted to
Wait,
take out on a date.
what is he talking about? Red receipts? Does anybody understand this? So he's saying that you wanna maybe not call them back for a while, but then have an excuse of like, oh, you know, I got, and have a receipt for that excuse? What? So if you don't call them back for a long time, but it's because I'm sorry, babe, I was on tour with the band. And we had to go, and after the tour, we just got signed for a new album, so we had to go write, some songs for that. But I got back to you as soon as is that what he's talking? What are you doing? What are the red receipts? Like, I'm sorry, I was literally saving the world, but I couldn't get back to you.
And she's a vegetarian.
Here's a picture of me, like right defeating Lex Luthor. Like, I was literally saving the world, babe. What?
And I wanted to go to a place that offers vegetarian food, but like good vegetarian food. But if I were to go to like a vegan place, for example, I would be trying too hard. Meaning like I'm doing everything. I'm going above and beyond to
I'm writing
serve
69 love songs
to serve her needs, putting her needs above mine. Now, Hollywood and traditional media shows you that this is like chivalry, and that this traditional dynamic is what should exist. Except if you tried anything that you've seen in a Judd Apatow movie, you would be deemed a fucking total creepazoid and probably even have a case of harassment and on your hands, and you would probably have a what is it? What's the fucking term for it? The legal term? A restriction? Or I can't even think right now. Anyway.
A restraining order would be issued.
Not everyone is so simple, shallow to equate someone's worth to their unavailability. Okay, whoever's saying that is completely incorrect, okay? All right. Restraining order, yes. Okay, number 3, figuring out fun activities that you can
he doesn't know because he's never had one, so
do that tie back to your personality and your personal interests.
I don't know.
This is important as well. So every move that you're making when you when you initially meet people is a move that you're making that should be somewhat deliberate, that should show someone where you're at or what you like or a piece of your personality. Don't take someone out just on a fucking expensive date. Because you don't want to put out the idea that your personality is all about how much your net worth is. This is terrible. This will lead to a terrible relationship down the line because the dynamics are built up originally under false pretenses. A lot of people end up going to like very expensive restaurants, for example. I refuse to do that. One of the things that I used to do in Los Angeles, and I still do every now and then, is tell girls that I was going to go to Pink Taco, which is a Hollywood location and somewhat bougie.
Actually, though, if a guy takes me to a vegan restaurant, that's impressive.
And in fact, I would take them. Okay.
But I'd be happy just like going to a restaurant where I could even order something, right?
Across the street to my favorite taco restaurant, which is Pinches Tacos. Pinches Tacos has arguably much better food, but it is a...
That means fucking tacos in Spanish. Pinches Tacos, that's fucking tacos.
Rinky-dink establishment. I would do...
Right? Unless it's a proper name.
This sort of confusion to see how the person would react to that. If they're super shallow and they're like, oh, what the fuck? We're going to Pinches Tacos? Like, this place is terrible. I got ready for Pink Taco. Then maybe that person is not for you. Now, if you don't mind having a materialistic partner who exclusively cares about how much money you make, then, disregard everything I've said. But no matter how much money you do actually end up making, you should still probably, and this is my perspective, you should still probably look for an individual who likes you as a human being and not for how much money you make or for what you look like even. But, physical attraction is still important. Maybe that's because I'm shallow, but physical attraction is still important in assessing whether a partner is going to... whether you're going to want to have sex with your partner or not. And sex is very important, and we haven't gotten to that point yet. Let's go to point number 4. Don't spend a lot of money on individuals ever. Don't fucking go out of your way to buy someone a drink, or don't go out of your way to take someone out on an expensive date, as I mentioned before, because this sets up the assumption that you're willing to pay for their time. You're not willing to pay for their time. This is mutual. This is built upon the foundation of mutual aid. You and the other person are interested in one another as human beings. I don't even like using this to break through that social barrier when you're afraid to talk to someone, because it's not great. It's just you're starting off the relationship on the wrong foot. I don't split the bill personally, but you can do that if you want. But I still get very Turkish and traditionally masculine when it comes to the bill. I usually like spending the money. Not because I need to show them that I'm like spending the money and I'm a big baller or whatever, but you know, I do sometimes assume that more traditional role of caretaker, I guess, which is again, I guess antithetical to being a leftist or whatever. But that's my perspective, and it's outdated, and I don't give a shit. Where was I? Okay. I never buy a drink as an entry point, since you're essentially saying I'm desperate to get your attention. Instead, go up to them and say, hey, what's up? I'm Hassan. What's your name? It's that easy. I know it sounds stupid, but regardless of how terrified or how sweaty you are at that point, it's the best way to fucking introduce yourself, okay? Anyway. Mark Confidant said, what you're talking about with the expensive date stuff is essentially saying that the date shouldn't be an impressive event to make them interact with you. They should be wanting to hang out with you because you're worth hanging out with. If you come to the interactions with the assumption they should want to spend time with me and act as though it's true, they'll treat you like that as well. Exactly. No beta bucks for the incels, okay? Don't be a fucking beta. Don't be spending those beta bucks on e-girls or whatever the fuck incels say. Okay.
I honestly do not remember the Beta Bucks meme.
Rule number
Anybody?
5. This is complete nonsense. Okay.
Oh no, it's just tradition. Yeah, it's just he's a traditional guy.
If they want to be with you and around you, they will do everything they possibly can to be around you and be with you. They will respond to your text messages, so don't force things. This is
Yeah, have a good night, Shaky.
Very important. This goes back to rule number 1 as well. This is why you have
Later, Tater.
multiple options always. Okay? Are you a psychologist? How much personal experience do you have in professional setting guiding relationships? I'm not. And I've never said that I am a professional. You can follow this advice and see if it works for you. And if you think that I need to be a professional psychologist, then you can go listen to fucking Jordan Peterson. Okay, how about that?
Oh, we're gonna do that next. We're gonna do that next.
Where was I?
We're gonna do exactly that next.
These rules are terrible. Oh man, first time I've heard that. Definitely didn't hear that last time. Okay, let's get back to it. If they want to be with you and around you, they'll do everything they can. This is very important. Like the principle of forcing things is a recipe for failure in building successful and healthy relationships. If you're conning the person or manipulating the person,
or as I said, clickbaiting the person by presenting somebody that you're not during a date, right?
Into hanging out.
That's why I don't like this idea of like impressing, like this whole emphasis on like we're gonna go out and I'm gonna impress you, right? I just feel like you should be who you are, and like that is, the person that vibes with that is gonna be the person you want to be with, not the person that wants you to be somebody else.
Out with you, then they're going out on a date maybe to fucking pity you. Do you really value yourself? Do you have such low self-esteem that you would go on a date with someone who would be going on a date exclusively out of pity? Now, I know a lot of people in the chat are going to start memeing and say, yes, shut the fuck up. You value yourself more. It's very important, okay? No, stop. Everybody stop saying yes. Oh my God, this fucking triggers me so much. I hate it when... I hate it because like it's a self-defeating prophecy where if you devalue yourself, the entire conversation that I'm trying to get to here is that you have to value yourself. You have to value your personal space. You have to value your personal time, and you have to show them that you value that so that they respect you. Okay. And this goes for the women who are trying to seduce men, and it goes for the men who are trying to seduce women. Anyway. You can't love anyone if you don't love yourself. That's not true. I hate myself, and I love plenty of people, especially Dua Lipa. Dua Lipa, if you're listening to this, I love you. All right, back to the story. Okay. Didn't you say practice talking to women? I did say that, yes. Pokemon is in LA now. Pokemon, disregard everything I said about Dua Lipa. I love you more. Okay. Where were we? Let's keep going.
You have to make your date respect you. A very bad date.
If it means, okay, so everyone has their own threshold, but for me, if she's rescheduling for the third time, it's usually a wrap for me. It means you fucking move on, and she doesn't value your time as much as you value your own time, so move on. And then maybe at a later date, you can come back to it in due time. But like I said, you shouldn't get too hung up on people who are keeping you in the quote-unquote friend zone. It just means that they're not sexually attracted to you for the most part, or it means that they are not willing to give you a shot, I guess. But you shouldn't be going after people who are not willing to give you a shot regardless, okay? So don't do it. It means that she thinks that if there's something better she could be doing with her time, which means she doesn't value your time. She thinks that there's a better things that she could be doing elsewhere when they flake on you. So you don't need to be around a person who thinks that there are better things that they can do than to meet you. You're a fucking awesome person. You need to constantly remind yourself of this fact if you have a hard time coming to terms with that. Okay, an opportunity may come around at a later date when you have nothing going on, but don't forget that if you're not responding and they're not making an effort to meet up with you again, you should move on to the next person. And this goes back to rule number 1. Talk to as many people as you possibly can. Number 6 is don't force it. Stop saying, fuck this ghosting bitch. She obviously wasn't the right girl for you. Don't be overzealous. Don't be entitled, and don't try to manipulate girls into having sex with you. Obviously, again, these are all very important things that it bears repeating for some fucking
doing pretty good
reason. But like, don't get toxic. Don't get upset and annoyed. No one is entitled to.
Kind of having trouble with Twitch right now. Actually, I haven't been able to stream on Twitch in a couple of days just because the bandwidth I'm getting on Twitch isn't sufficient. Like I keep on running into problems with freezing and lagging and stuff like that. So I'm here on YouTube for now.
To anyone else's time, and no one is entitled to your time.
And it's not perfect here either. There's something going on with my internet, I think, right?
So the same kind of advice that
But for now, knock on wood, it's good.
I give you about your self-worth, acknowledge that the other person has about their self-worth. So, if she flakes on you 5 times, then what's the point, really? The other person clearly doesn't treat you with the respect you deserve, and you're their fallback plan, at which point it's not going to be successful anyway. If you want to have sex with this person, it's not going to be successful. You're not going to get pity sex. Like, that shit never fucking happens. I guess it happens in Hollywood or whatever, but... Destiny mentioned... Okay, we're going to talk about that in a second. Anyway.
Was this back when Destiny was friends with...
Where was I? It's not fruitful. It's not a fruitful endeavor, or it's not a good connection at all. If you're trying to win someone over, you're not going to win someone over. Hollywood constantly tells you that you can win someone over, and all of those stories make a lot of money because they're just that. They're stories, okay? So you need to stop with that bullshit. Now, this doesn't mean that that dynamic might not change, because I know at this point a lot of people will get in the chat and say, well, that's not true. I met my girlfriend because I convinced her to have sex with me, and my dick was massive, and she fell in love with me as soon as she saw it, or whatever the fuck. That stuff is really stupid. And if it happened to a person, if it happened to one person, that doesn't mean that it's going to happen to every single person. It's not. I don't know what else to say about that. Okay. The reason why I was mentioning that is because some people will say, I don't want to date, I just want to fuck, okay? Especially a lot of incels would say shit like that. They're not going to fuck you either, dude. It's very, very, very unlikely. Wow, privileged chat talks about easy sex. Oops, sorry. Should have went back to the point in time when I wasn't a fucking privileged Chad, where I wasn't famous, or I wasn't an e-celebrity, and I certainly wasn't an attractive man with 15% body fat, okay? So, no, it doesn't work that way. These are absolutely skills that you can use regardless of what you look like. Nothing that I'm telling you is beyond reason, okay? Number 7, and this is key again, use a vibrator. Once you actually get to the point where you're where the other person is allowing you to have sex with them, then holy shit, you best fucking perform. And one of the most important dynamics.
I'm a little bit like surprised that we just like we didn't like be like, okay, so now we're at the part where we're gonna be having sex. You know, this is advice. You know what I mean? We just went straight for, and you know, when you do get the sex, you know, make sure to bring a vibrator into bed with you, right? To have that, you know, Hitachi wand ready, right?
Of performance is to understand what your part.
I was best friends with my wife for a year before we hooked up. I even tried after a few months to get her to go on a date with me, and she wasn't interested. Yeah, that's true. Like it's like the whole friend zone like model, like that is exactly the opposite of how a lot of us work. Like I don't know, for me, like the friend zone is like kind of like that's the like you kind of don't get into the relationship zone except by through the friend zone. That yeah.
Needs and what your partner wants. Everyone is different. I've had sex with hundreds of women, and I have no idea what the latest girl that I'm going to hook up with is going to want or need. Now there are certain things that you can always do. One of them would be I highly recommend.
A narrative for bitter people.
Learn how to go down on women and or men if you're dating men, because that's really important. That's a very good way of gearing up to and also learn the importance of
gearing up,
building up that tension, because that's really important as well. Where was I? Okay, so yeah,
I feel like he should be giving tongue exercises at this point.
Vibrator. Get a vibrator. Buy a vibrator.
In my opinion, there isn't a friend zone. It's a matter of people being people. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
If you're a guy, buy a vibrator. If you're a girl, definitely buy yourself a vibrator. It's very important. This is something that, for some weird reason in America, because of our fucking puritanical nature, we don't teach women to immediately own a vibrator and like learn what to do with their own bodies.
I got together with my best friend. It was a complete disaster.
Well, if you're uncomfortable with oral sex, get comfortable with oral sex. I don't know why you would be uncomfortable with oral sex. I mean, if your partner is
would want a STD test before even letting him near me.
With oral sex, that's an entirely different story. And
sour grapes. I couldn't get that. I didn't want it anyway. Yeah, it's some sigma energy there.
And, you know,
well, those grapes were sour anyway. I exist outside the hierarchy. I don't need the hierarchy. I mean, if I'm in charge of the hierarchy, then I need the hierarchy. Then the hierarchy is good. But if the hierarchy says that I'm not the very tip top best, you know, person up there, then fuck the hierarchy anyway. Yeah, it's definitely sour grapes. It's all about that sigma energy.
Through that, because everyone loves oral sex. Really, holy shit, dude. Anyway.
Not everyone.
Doesn't a vibrator make you less sensitive? No, it doesn't. That's a fucking bullshit lie. Even
Hassan the Sigma.
Powerful vibrators like the Hitachi Magic Wand, which I have and I recommend. It's more advanced.
That one is that's the one that plugs in, right? You want the one that plugs in.
Ready for it yet? Will rarely ever cause a loss of sense. Okay. Yeah, some women perform missionary above all sex. Yes, I trust me. I know. I know that. Okay.
It looks like a microphone. Wait, did he pick it? Oh yeah, it does kind of look like a microphone.
How much maca are you meant to have a day? I don't really use maca anymore. All right, let's keep going with the vibrator. So in my experience with the girls I was with, when I would whip out a vibrator, they would be like, this is fucking dope, okay? This is very important. Like, no one is ever, don't be fucking insecure. Don't be that classic insecure little boy, little baby who's like, oh, she loves a vibrator. That means she doesn't love your dick, bro. Understand the difference between a G-spot stimulation and clitoral stimulation, okay? Clitoral stimulation is the overwhelming majority of orgasms that women have when they do actually end up having an orgasm. This is a conversation that you could be having with female friends, which is going to lead to the bonus point, which is have female friends or have members of the opposite sex as friends that you don't have sex with, that you're just fucking friends with. I know that sounds,
especially at like chocolate cake, if that's your only meal, it won't end well for you.
Crazy, but it's definitely a good thing to have.
Smashing is like chocolate cake.
Female friends, because you can ask them for advice.
Yeah.
You know, find out that, holy shit, members of the opposite sex have the same interests that I do. I know that this is shocking, but it bears repeating on a fucking Twitch chat 100%. Okay. Imagine having friends, lol. Is it true that if you don't use it, you lose it? I would have lost my penis in the past 2 weeks and I haven't had sex, so I still have it, so no. Yeah, clitoral stimulation is important when you actually end up getting to the point. Okay, where was I? It's gonna make it much easier for you. You're actually gonna make a person come for the first time.
His
ever,
sound is
probably,
just like
since you're
mine. Like you can hear stuff, and I wonder if I could fix that though.
To everyone around
I feel
you.
like I
Everyone
just need
should
to
have one,
alter
but
my.
I highly recommend it.
Let me try
I
something,
am
chat.
doing it,
Let me know if the sound.
He loves it. He loves getting
gets...
slapped in the ass.
Oh, he's slapping his. Oh, this is fish. Yeah.
None of them have asked you why you have a vibrator. Yeah, some people ask me, and I'm like, why? Because it makes sex better for you. Call Peter right now. Go ahead, bitch. Call the cops. So people have also asked me how to talk to people, and I said dating apps are good and useful. And never forget, don't be a fucking toxic idiot. Okay? Don't be toxic.
Testing. Is my sound okay?
Understand that the other person is probably bored with your shit, even if.
Testing. How's my sound? Did anything get messed up?
They are being, even if they're not giving you the response that is worthy of your person. That still doesn't change the reality that they're probably getting inundated with requests and they're probably annoyed and they're probably
Good sound. Okay, cool.
your advances or whatever. Just fucking chill.
Yeah, because I was hearing stuff pick up from his room on the microphone, and I have the same mic that he does. But I'm also thinking like I know a little bit about settings, and I turned the gain up, which means that I should probably turn the noise gate up too. So we'll see. We'll see how it works.
So, like. Don't get annoyed. Just
Very good
move
sound.
On. Just move the fuck on.
I'm just trying to get rid of, because like I'm sitting on a yoga ball. I don't know. Can you hear this? Do you hear the yoga ball? And I just, yeah, it always sounds weird. I'm worried like sometime I'm gonna sit down on the yoga ball and someone's gonna be like, oh yeah, NCC, we got the fart clip. We got the fart clip right here. She farts. She sits down and she immediately farts. Like, and it's like I don't know if I don't know if my career could take that if I become the farting yoga ball girl.
So. No, dating apps aren't literally only good if you're hot. That's not true at all. The best example I can give you.
Black, trans, other, LGBTQ. Yeah, every SOCDom. We're on the right side. We don't always agree on the right way.
About
oh, you can't hear the yoga ball. Thank God. Thank God. Yeah.
My brother is not the most attractive person on the planet, but he fucking pipes it up on dating apps. He has a healthy relationship now with a girlfriend that he met on a dating app, if I'm not mistaken. So everybody shut the fuck up, okay? Anyway. And if you're having a significantly hard time on dating apps, it's probably because you're only going for the same kinds of people that are not going for you because of the same fucking shallow reasons. Give other people an opportunity. Go out and talk to them. Maybe they're fucking awesome, okay? Not everyone has to look like Dua Lipa, but also Dua Lipa, I love you. Please respond back to my DMs. Why won't you respond to me? I've said I've loved you. I know you have a boyfriend, Dua Lipa. God damn it. Same for Pokemon as well.
Oh, yeah, she, her, yeah.
Do you use a different vibrator on different women? No, I use the same one. I clean it. I showed you my hog. What the fuck? If we... Pokey is live and single. Hit her up.
Yo, Dylan is like always roasting me though. Like he's done a lot of content on NCC. I feel like it's one of his better topics.
Where was I think a lot of incels under Madam the feet. I need them, please. Okay. Where were we? All right, so dating apps are good. Engage with people in your vicinity. You don't have to go fucking crazy, but dating apps are good for texting and stuff like that. Look at things like Bye Felipe, okay? Look at Instagram accounts like By Felipe and never do anything you see on those Instagram accounts. Because I'm sure all of you motherfuckers at some point have written some toxic ass bullshit to a girl who like you thought led you on, but then decided otherwise, decided that they didn't want to fuck you or whatever. Like that doesn't mean that they have to fuck you. There's no point in time where anyone has to fuck you. I can't stress this enough. I understand that it might feel like you've put in a significant amount of work and you've worked so hard and you want the coochie. You really want it really, really bad. And like, come on, why can't I get it? I've worked so hard for it. It doesn't matter. You don't own that person's body. Okay? This isn't fucking Ancapistan. There's no consensual slavery. Okay? Total projecting.
Max Headroom seems interesting. There's like a documentary on it.
Mega lol. Yeah, no, I get it. Like I've been there. I've felt shitty after like
it's like the glitched out. He's like a Vocaloid or something from the 80s.
Talking to a girl or spending time and like going on a date. But I understand that it doesn't matter. They don't have to have sex with me. They don't owe me anything. Okay. Anyway, there are common topics that you can talk about. My concept is, look, there are things that everyone loves, okay? No matter what. If you fucking breathe, you like food, you like animals, you probably like anime. Don't do it if you're a weeb, though, because weebs get fucking annoying and weebs get the wall sometimes. Don't talk about capitalism.
I thought Hassan was into anime.
Or communism or whatever the fuck. That's like for advanced levels. You can talk about movies, Netflix, common shared experiences. Always look for common shared experiences that other people will most likely also have. And the reason why I'm mentioning this is because, again, this is all about just advancing the conversation, because people let out subtle hints of their personality without realizing when they're having an extended conversation. So the goal is to have an extended conversation.
We're to the point of catch.
And get the other side to know you. Always do normie shit, okay? Don't go in with fucking edgy,
he's just busting chops.
Gachi bass memes, because no one is going to understand that. No one is going to think that's fucking funny unless you found a unicorn who, male or female, is interested in the same kind of fucking favorite Twitch streamer that you like listening to, that talks a little bit too much about communism, apparently. And that's why XQC thinks communism is bad now, and I'm very sad, but it's okay. We're going to get back to this issue at hand. XQC, please respond to my DMs. I don't only like to talk about communism. Okay. Normie shit is very important. Everyone, like, talk about fucking Bird Box or whatever. You don't even have to fucking talk about the actual movie. Just be like, what's up with Bird Box? Why are there so many memes about Bird Box? Like, I don't fucking understand it, dude. What's up with Sandra Bullock? Just doesn't matter. Boom. It's over. Talk to the other person. They're gonna come up with something. They're also confused, and they're also trying to impress you in some way because they've already admitted to going on a date with you. So, like, obviously it's a mutual situation. Anyway, don't show them your memes. No matter what, do not show them your fucking memes. Hide the memes every single time, please. For the love of Christ, never show the memes. Terrible decision.
That's probably a good idea,
Terrible.
Just in general. And by memes, I mean to include inside jokes or anything like that, right?
So you're saying be fake? What the fuck? I thought you had self-worth. Oh my god, dude. No, everyone is fucking fake in the beginning. Everyone tries to hide the really significant baggage. That's what both parties are doing. You're putting on your best self. You don't go in to a fucking first date looking like dog shit when you probably look like dog shit 98%.
No, I go into my first date talking about how I cheated on my ex, and that's what I lead with. That's how I do it.
% of the time, okay? There's a reason for that. Is that being fake? No, that's not being fake. You're being presentable. You're putting on your best face. This is what both parties do, and it is something that you should be doing as well if you're not doing. Okay.
We all want to hide our blemishes? I don't know. I almost feel like that's a mistake. I almost feel like I just want to like
the whole point is that, like, you do the normie shit. It's the entry point. And
look, yeah, when I go out on a date, yeah, I talk about the worst things I've ever done. I show them the dossier that I have on them, and you know what I mean? It's just like the whole thing, right?
Until the other person is.
I talk about how I cheated at Amogus. I don't know, everything. Just out with it, right? Rip off the Band-Aid.
comfortable around you, and then you can actually get the more specific things that you like or more specific things that they might like, and your
I actually meet them as the secret VTuber, and I say I'm actually
opinions on them.
No, I don't.
That's
No, I
the point
don't.
when the other person is comfortable around
Can
you.
you imagine if you could do real life VTube? I mean, you kind of can. I guess you could do like VTube on Zoom or something. That'd be so weird though if you're gonna hang out with somebody on. Does anybody do Zoom dates? Is that a thing?
That's where you can show the memes. But usually, don't show the memes.
It's not a mistake on first dates, for example. I'm just being really self-hating right now. I don't tell girls I'm high-functioning autistic. They'll probably think it's
For the
odd.
most part. I don't think anyone would like that. Okay. The bonus round here was I said, don't fuck your ex. There's a reason why they're your ex. And then the rule is always match.
That's true, though. That's true, by the way.
Rate. Rub one out and figure out if it'd be a bad idea to fuck them post-nut. Then, if it still doesn't seem like a bad idea, maybe fuck your ex is what Mark said. I don't agree with that. Don't fuck your ex regardless.
Yeah,
and
maybe
also,
don't fuck
always jerk off before making these important decisions, okay?
Okay. Wait, what is this one? Oh my god, it's a 3-hour video. Yeah, never mind. Let's see what Jordan Peterson's got in the way of dating advice. Strong relationships. Oh, here we go. Dating advice for women with high IQ.
I think that the data suggesting that women mate across and up hierarchies is true, and that men mate across and down. That looks to me to be true. It looks like it's true cross-culturally, although it varies to some degree. And people who are unfamiliar with that idea or doubt it, you could read Buss, the psychologist, B-U-S-S, and he's a credible authority in my estimation. And
what is he? Is this called hypergamy?
So the problem then comes...
Are we a glutton for punishment? I guess. We gotta get all the debate bros.
Is that, imagine there's multiple dimensions along which you might evaluate someone's attractiveness. There's personality, there's intelligence.
We did Matt Walsh, so...
There's athletic prowess, there's socioeconomic status, there's productive capacity, there's creativity, there's lots of dimensions. So then imagine that you're above average on 3 or 4 dimensions. Well, that makes it easier for men because they're mate across and down those hierarchies, but it makes it harder and harder for women.
What does he mean? I get that down and up is like the hierarchy. They're talking about the social class hierarchy. And then, but like, what is across? What does across mean?
Because with each dimension, they're above average on if their
Zoom dates are definitely a thing, but I think they are less than ideal,
fundamental desire is to find someone who's of equal or higher status.
It's a little too much like a Twitch, what do you call those things? Like the speed dating.
People, I know.
Yeah, well, I think that's exactly right. Well, I also think...
Horizontal hierarchy? I don't think that's what it's about.
Counseled women who are intelligent, creative, and attractive.
I think I don't know, he's saying across and down, men date across and down, and women date across and up.
And young, and that's 4 like killer attributes. Men were often so intimidated that they never got asked out.
Yeah.
I've noticed that happens a lot too. A lot of my gorgeous, amazing, talented female friends who are they just kick ass at so many things. Guys won't even ask them out.
What?
They go for
Hardly because the closer to your hypothetical ideal someone you're attracted to is, the more pain you suffer when you're rejected. So that's why that happens. And so men are a lot more afraid of women than women think. Especially women that they're attracted to. Well, it's a total rejection, right?
Why is the music so loud?
It's a really comprehensive rejection. You know, it's you know.
Yeah, but what is the across part?
The comical end of it is
the across part is just dating the other sex?
Well, you're okay for a friend, but I wouldn't want your genetic material to propagate itself to the next...
I wouldn't want your genetic material to be covering my face.
...generation.
That was the nerdiest thing you've ever said. I love it. Okay, I just imagined you courting Mrs. Peterson. Okay, never mind.
No, fine, but... So it's an intractable problem to some degree, and And, you know, I think that part of the reason that human beings are the way they are, it's part of the reason is because female human beings are choosy sexual
He's babbling straight up, yeah.
selectors, unlike chimpanzee females, for example. And so a fair bit of our evolutionary development across time is a consequence of the high standards that women place on eligible men. But it's harsh, and it's hard on women too, because, well, they shrink their dating pool, for example.
Yeah. Jordan,
now, what's the solution to that?
Yeah.
What's the solution to that?
Come on, my fan base is predominantly female. Most are college or university grads. Just saying, they tend to be hot and smart and awesome and creative and be in multiple dimensions. And I get the same questions over and over because they have the same.
I guess one of the things I would say to women who aren't being asked out, let's say, well, do the asking. Flip it. Like, you have to take it in. You have to take it into your own hands. Like, if you're not being asked, figure out what you want.
I think that's his daughter, right? Is that Michaela?
Something that everyone should do. But let's talk to young women. It's like, okay, well, first of all, figure out what you want, what you actually want, and you should talk to someone, your friends or someone you trust, and spend an hour figuring out what you want, and try not to lie to yourself. You know, do you want kids? And when you're 19, it's fashionable to say no.
He has a literal blonde cheerleader saying he's right.
But that's likely a lie. Now, it might be true when you're 19, but the probability that it's going to be true when you're 29 is almost zero. And no one will tell young women that. It's like, I don't care what you think now that you're 19. You don't understand. As you mature, the desire to have a baby will become unbelievably intense. And you need to know that. And if you decide not to have children, that's your decision, but you should be informed that this is what's coming. And in all likelihood, you want children more than you're willing to admit, even at 19. So, well, all right. So,
that's why you
taught this idea that.
I mean, I would want children, except I would be a terrible mother. I would be a terrible mother,
well,
Chad.
Motherhood
I would be
isn't as high
such a bad mother.
An occupation as it should be. That's a cultural failing, but we're also.
You just got so many moms following you. You just got so many more fans.
Well, I saw this. You know, when my wife had little kids, it was often the case that she wasn't well treated in restaurants and so forth, especially if I wasn't there. So, and that wasn't good. I thought that was a sign of real cultural sickness, that a mother with a young child is treated badly. That's a very bad idea.
I think it's his daughter. I think it's Michaela.
Contempt. So anyways, when you're 18 or 17 or 19 or 22, it's like, what do you want exactly? What do you want?
I'm just like, I can't take care of myself. How am I going to take care of a kid? You know what I mean?
I wrote about that in chapter 3 of this new book, Beyond Order. Don't hide things in the fog. You have to let yourself know what you want.
Oh yeah, don't hide things in the fog. I almost forgot.
You want. And
Jordan Peterson.
Well, you want someone who's productive.
Persona 4 fan.
And generous and honest. That's a real good start. You want someone that you're physically attracted to.
Yes.
You want someone whose education and intelligence roughly match or exceed your own.
I should stop reading. Daddy Peterson's dating rules. Can't keep going.
Well, and then if you find someone like that, and then that's who you want, right? And you should know that, and you should notice that, because then at least you're looking in the right place. Like, there's some.
Maybe you could also put into one of your podcasts or things, because I know a lot of young men follow you, to ask the girls out.
I do say that.
Okay, I don't listen to all of your stuff all the time. Give them a little extra bump.
I tell them all the time. It's like, get out there and ask. And say in my clinical practice too, it's like, you're not going to find someone unless you ask. And, you know, for all there's a lot of criticism aimed at the, you know, the men's movements that teach men how to be a player, how to attract women, there's a lot of.
What are those called again? The the pickup stick artists or something.
Negative press aimed at those, and I can understand why, because there's kind of a psychopathic element to it. But one of the things those movements do is to really encourage young men to overcome their fear.
I mean, they have fed you, Jordan Peterson. The men that the pickup artist movement created got dumped right into Jordan Peterson's like income stream. That is the truth of the matter. They fed you.
Of approaching women and even asking them for their phone number or for a date or for a conversation.
Like, I honestly think that all these crises in men that Jordan Peterson has discovered are like in part due to like the ascendancy of you know, male quote unquote gurus like Rushvi, right? It's like this shit fucks people up. Like, think about like going through Gamergate. How is that gonna affect a guy's like, you know, relationship with women, right? They don't realize what they're getting inculcated with in these movements, right?
Or for a coffee, and put a profile up on a dating profile, dress up,
eat some fucking vegetables so you don't get scurvy. Jordan,
nicely,
Jordan,
get a professional photograph taken, you know, put your best foot forward and have enough courage to approach some women and maybe get over your fear. And it's so, but I would say to young women, if you find someone who you think fits your criteria and you're not being asked out, ask them.
Oh my God.
Fine, I'll do it and I will report back.
What's the alternative? To wait and wither on the vine? That doesn't seem very useful.
No, we can't do that. Okay, here's How to Attract Women, Best Dating Advice by Jordan Peterson.
I mean, I bet you there's not a person in this room who hasn't rejected.
Oh, this is the old Jordan Peterson.
Because they were too nice to them. The most probable answer to the question, will you give me your phone number, is, are you kidding? The probability of rejection is very, very high. You can't go in there.
The incels came right out of Gamergate.
At 60% and hope to win.
It's like a menu screen for a space themed game.
How you fellow Pinnacle person. So this video is 7 lessons by Dr. Jordan Peterson on dating, relationships, and female psychology.
Wait, who is this guy? This is our Peterson whisperer. He's gonna interpret.
Across these clips, I'm gonna give
the
some
daddy
light
for us?
interpretation, understanding. So
we need the junior daddy to like interpret the daddy.
To utilize them in your own life.
If you're in a relationship and you only have 5 positive interactions to 1 negative interaction.
Yeah, I don't know.
Then the relationship will end. It's too negative. But if you have more than 11 positive interactions to 1 negative interaction, then it also ends. And you think, well, that's pretty bloody peculiar.
It's got a Tim Pool hat.
Would that be?
Oh yeah, we got to get some Tim Pool dating advice,
like
right?
100 to 1 positive to negative interactions. And the answer to that is, what makes you think that you want a relationship so that you can be happy? Or at least happy moment to moment. Why do you think that? It's certainly not the case. You know that too, because I bet you there's not a person in this room who hasn't rejected someone because they were too nice to them. Something.
Yeah, like the time that Bjork was too nice to me and she wanted to have a relationship, I totally rejected her because she was too nice. No, just kidding.
Like that person's no challenge. It's something like that.
I don't know.
Someone who, you know, you can get along with them, but now and then they bite you and you think, oh.
Well, Bjork would definitely bite you.
You know, I didn't really expect that. And then you go and puzzle over it for a while and you torture
Wait,
yourself.
like literally bite you, or does he mean bite you as in do something unexpected that you don't like?
About it. And
what does he mean by bite
you? Keeps you really linked into the relationship. And the reason for that is that part of the reason that you want the relationship isn't so that you're happy right now. It's so that you can live a high quality life across multiple decades. And so you're looking for someone that you have to contend with, who's going to
walking across the board of nails with bare feet tonight,
push you beyond what you already are, and who's going to judge you harshly often for your limitations.
So I'll explain this point further.
Well, I want to make sure I get everybody in the thumbnail. I think we've got everybody in the thumbnail.
Different story. The other day I was at this really cool hookah bar, and there was this like Model 10, like Instagram model, and I was just listening to her talk to her friends, and she was saying how she loves when a guy puts her in her place. She loves when a guy's not really an asshole per se, but when she knows when she's acting up on purpose, and she wants a guy to really just put her in her place, to say what's up, because like every other guy she comes across is so nice to her that she wants a guy to be different. She wants a guy to challenge her. So this kind of supplements what Jordan was saying.
Many men aren't having the affairs of Tiger Woods.
Like, I don't know if you know this, chat, but I can be sometimes a little bit of a himidare. Do I want somebody to put me in my place, though? Depends on how you mean.
But that's not because they're good men. It's because they don't have, I think...
When a brat is being a brat, put her in her place.
He said a busload of Swedish bikini models waiting for them at the final hole. So the idea would...
Yeah, the way he's saying it does, it is like that sort of negging advice almost.
You should conduct yourself so that you are attractive to many women, maybe that you have your pick of them, but then you should...
100% making up the story
one.
or rephrasing his words to fit the narrative.
Imagine that you sleep casually with 100 women in a 6-month period, or a 3-month period for that matter. It's not nothing to be attractive to women like that. It's really something to be attractive to women like that. But it isn't obvious to me that your choice to conduct yourself in that manner enriches your life and the life of other people more in any way than picking one person and actually having a relationship with them.
Now, there's plenty of debate over this one, and I'm not going to talk too much about it, but essentially what I've found is that casual hookups can become meaningless over time. You know, it's just a different body every other night, and it's just, you know, it's important.
I can't live like that anymore, Chad. I can't live like that.
I think to have maybe once in a while to really know what you want. I think this is where I differ from Dr. Peterson, is that I think all men should have the experience of sleeping with a lot of women to know what they want sexually, but ultimately...
As long as you're okay with women having the experience of sleeping with a lot of men to know what they want sexually too.
Your highest goal should be to settle down with one woman, to find a relationship.
People ask what I'd say to myself when if I could go back in time and meet myself at 18, I'd just smack me on the face and say, stop it.
That is meaningful. So I totally agree with him that...
Says Chad Chadson, yeah.
When you don't find meaning, when you don't find one person to really meet your needs, then it's kind of empty.
You know, the thing is, women also underestimate the degree to which men are terrified by women. The most probable answer to the question, will you give...
Oh, good night, Vamps. Have a good night's sleep.
...your phone number is, are you kidding? Yeah. Right. So, exactly. So the probability of rejection is very...
He wants to sleep with every woman, but if his wife said the same thing, I know, that's a thing. It's like he would never afford me the same luxury.
Very high. And as
he would call me a slut.
As women move towards their 30s, the power relationship between men and women also starts to transform because, I mean, there's almost nothing less valued than...
I wonder if I get the slut thing more because I look like a girl next door.
...a young man. But that starts to change as men move towards their 30s if they're successful. Whereas there's almost nothing more valued than a young woman. But that changes as women move towards their 30s.
So this one's for the younger guys watching. If you are in your early 20s, or even the older guys, dude, your highest value as a guy is...
He would call me every nasty name.
35, 36, 37. Like, our value...
And not in a nice, and not in a sexy way either.
Our stock only increases as we get older. Where women, it kind of decreases. So it just kind of gives you some solace to understand that, like, okay, you know what? I have time to work on myself, to improve myself. That maybe I'm not attracting the highest quality woman right now, but I have time to increase my value as a guy. And one way to do that is to increase your beliefs about yourself, which you can set up a call with me down below.
You can set up a call with him down below. Okay.
So if you're ever wondering why men are the way they are, the real answer to that is...
I overheard a Perfect 10 Insta model talking to her super hot friends, and she said words that affirm my PUA strategy. I walked up and insulted her, and she left with me. Everyone clapped.
Because that's how they evolved to impress women. So, because obviously, if that wouldn't have happened, given that sexual selection is such a powerful selecting force among human beings, well, it wouldn't have worked out. So women did make men self-conscious. As we got more cognitively sophisticated, one of the prices we paid for that was that our head expanded. And one of the prices women paid for that was that childbirth became...
Wait, our heads didn't expand? Just yours?
...difficult, and the babies kept getting born younger, and so that meant that...
Oh, heads of humans expanded, I see.
Women became more...
And so birthing is harder because heads are bigger, okay.
More cognitively able. Paradoxically, women became more vulnerable at certain key points of their lives because they had increasingly fragile babies. Now, how did women deal with that? Well, I think they shamed men into becoming caregivers of children. Human beings have this incredibly long period of dependence that also requires a relationship. For that relationship to remain intact, there has to be a fair bit of integrity in the communication between the partners. So there's a real moral demand there as well.
So these next couple of clips all have to do with tests and how a woman tests you. And to really hammer this home, you have to recognize that as humans, as Dr. Peterson says, women had to select a guy that was going to commit, that was going to be able to take care of their kids. That's why when they test you, they're seeing if you're capable.
Do I test people?
Of passing their test,
Maybe.
because it is an example. If you can pass their test, then you can most likely pass the world's test. So they're going to test you hard, and you should want a woman to test you hard because it is an opportunity to show your worth.
Across the set of dominance hierarchies, is there a set of properties that makes people likely to get to the top? And that's the kind of question that only a creature capable of abstraction could ask.
Babies were born younger? I'm not high enough for that.
Posit. The figure that...
The great thing about recycling BS from the 90s is that the young men in their 20s have never heard it before.
Represents the properties that produces the highest probability of climbing to the top of the set of all dominance hierarchies is...
All the world's a test. We are all just test takers in the cheat sheet of life.
A messianic figure. So, and it's a kind of abstraction.
Maybe that's the test if you can figure out how to cheat.
It says, because of course,
I mean, not cheat. I mean, not the other kind of
ideal.
Anyway,
right?
chat.
Clearly. And so then you might think, well, an ideal in relationship to what? He generally is the perfect person. Well, how would...
When I was your age, I was at least 3 years younger.
Up with the concept of what constitutes perfect. Think about it as a biological category. There's hardly...
Literally testing men on dates. Wait, wasn't there somebody on the show that we watched some, like... We watched some weird-ass show that was, like... Oh my god, it was like Jerry Springer, but he was doing, like, a dating show. It was terrible.
Anything more perfect than the
so
ability
bad.
to climb
And, like,
to the top.
it was called baggage or something. They had, like, baggage, and the baggage would be, like, they say something bad about themselves. And one of the women, her baggage was, like, I give my men, like, a actual written test on a date. Like,
top of whatever dominance hierarchy you happen to be put in. Now, one of the things I would say is that women exerted tremendous selection pressure on men to be exactly that sort of creature.
Now I'm going to piggyback again on the whole test thing. And now you have two camps of guys that I've seen across my period on YouTube and everything. You have the guys that really, when they see a woman nagging, when they see a woman testing them, they're like, women are entitled, women shouldn't do this, you know, man, they don't recognize like how great they have it, and they take this like victim mentality and just questioning reality. When you could take the other side of things, where you love that a woman tests you, because it's
maybe as quote unquote deep as a pickup artist. I couldn't date her, flunked the written.
Opportunity to show more of who you are. I mean, think about it, man, like, if women never test men at all, they would just end up with the first guy they wanted that they saw, and then that would be it. Then, I mean,
test them and grade them right in front of them. Over dessert, that's a Chad move. Oh my god.
Start to view tests
oh my
as
god.
opportunities to show your value to the girl, and not only an opportunity, but look for the test. Like, embrace them.
I feel like I'm like nice in all the ways that people want me to be mean. And I'm like mean in all the ways that people want me to be nice, though. That's my problem.
Be like, yes, this girl's testing me. And when I'm with her, I know she's going to test other guys too. That she's not going to easily come around and just flirt with some guy and, you know, give him attention and make him think that they're going to hook up, because
oh my
that would
god.
suck. So when a woman's testing you, she's most likely testing every other single guy out there, which is positive and healthy.
Yeah, I don't really care. It's like, no, you care. You just want to have a story to tell yourself if you fail. Well,
why do pickup artists sound like people who swear they saw aliens, know about the government cover-up?
And if you have that story, well, then probably you're
The name of the show, Kofer Hofer, translates to suitcases, hope powers?
Because you don't get to do that. You can't go in there at 60% and hope to win. You have to go in there at 100%. Now, that's cool, too, because what it implies is just what the clinical psychologists have been telling people for 60 years or 70 years, right? You have to voluntarily face the things that you're afraid of. And then what happens is, as you pursue that, obstacles emerge, anomalous, threatening obstacles, and then you either confront them or you abandon the whole project. Well, generally speaking, if you chop them into little pieces, then you can confront them.
If the beanie wasn't a turnoff, the frequent confessions of insecurity would be, yeah, more, would be a lot for most women.
And digest them, and then you get stronger because you're doing all.
Are you testing all the guys that you meet?
It's digesting. It's like you're eating the monster of chaos, and that's a classic metaphor for developing wisdom, to ingest. Piaget even uses that, right? Assimilate. It's exactly the same idea as ingesting. Instead of what you're eating is information instead of matter.
The more
Eating the monster of chaos. Yeah, okay.
you go toward fear, the more you go toward things that are, well, that most men don't do, which means approaching
This is a simple
them
but
very
entertaining idea.
trying to build a business on your own. Really
My background looks like a scene from the Andromeda Strain? Wait. Oh, because they look like cells?
pursuing your passion and your ambition, not caring what the
That would be sick if I had microscopy.
world thinks. Finding those obstacles, seeing them because they're going to arise. Life is testing you, saying, how bad do you want this thing? And when you show the grit and the will to overcome that, you are showing that you are a high value man, that you are worthy, that you are enough. Now, every man has this capability, but the ones that separate the ones that actually achieve it and the ones that don't are simply the ones that go through those obstacles, that go through the trials and tribulations. And when you do this, one, you don't see women's tests as a big problem at all, because you're facing much more larger tests in your day-to-day life. And secondly, when you're able to really overcome these tests, it molds your character. It makes you more of who you are.
Mom, I'm not masturbating. I'm eating the monster of chaos. I don't care. Get out of the bathroom, Jordan.
You are more confident, more self-assured. That's why with age, people become more confident generally, because they've gone through more crap. But you can kind of speed along this process by making yourself go through more tests, by pushing yourself to the limit, by taking cold showers, by
This guy is so
resisting
arrogant.
porn, by doing all these things that most people don't do. Do it yourself to become the highest value man, to attract the highest value woman.
Understand that a huge part of what redeems you in life from evil and from the things that terrify you is your capacity to let go of things that are outmoded and dead, and to revitalize them as a consequence of new learning. According to the wisdom traditions of mankind, that's the part of your spirit that protects you against fear and pain. Because you might say, well, you know, if you don't want fear and you don't want pain, you should build a big wall around yourself and wrap yourself up in styrofoam and sit right in the middle, you know, where nothing bad is ever going to happen to you. But, you know, first of all, that's obviously ridiculous, and second of all, you'd die of boredom in no time flat if you did that. The man who's capable of standing up to predatory reptiles is also the one who is most likely to attract women.
If you're new here, press subscribe, because I come out with plenty of videos every week on how to be your best self, to reach your
Predatory reptiles. Is he talking about Hunter S. Thompson? What is he talking about? Or David Icke's? I don't know, chat. I don't know. I'm not sticking around to find out. Okay, let's see if Tim Pool dating advice. Now, I think maybe his is like more like dating complaints. Vice News, meet Tim Pool. He's single because of feminism, apparently. I'm guessing Tim Pool took this video down. So in that case, the best we're gonna get is Green is not Nick.
Have you heard that, like, young dudes aren't dating for the most part? Like, they're not
Here we go.
hooking up, they're virgins.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, before we even go anything, why do you think that is?
What is this? What is this question?
Have you heard that, like, young dudes aren't dating for the most part? Like, they're not hooking up, they're virgins.
Yes.
Such a broad question.
Oh, that is, yeah.
Have you heard that? Hey.
Hey, there's no young guys having any sex at all, like, right? they just, the younger generations, they haven't figured it out, or they're not interested, or something. There's just, sex isn't happening.
Have you heard that? Okay, well, before I say anything, what do you think of that?
Yeah. Well, before we even go anything, why do you think that is?
I mean, I think a lot of it has to do with dating apps, and women having more options now.
So I'll explain this idea, and I guess you.
So women have more options, so more guys become virgins because dating apps cause women to have
I don't know, the women are dating the older dudes or something?
sex with
I don't
more
know.
men.
What's going
and they
on?
have more options. It leaves a lot of men without being able to have sex.
Do you agree?
Yeah.
But this, we did a segment on this before, so just bear with me if you've already seen it. Basically, before dating apps and social media, a college-age woman or high school, whatever age, is their dating pool is limited. I say college is probably a better idea.
Their dating Tim pool. Am I right, guys? Come on.
It's probably a better example. Their dating pool is limited to the other college students of the same age and around their peers. But with Tinder, now they can message a 30-year-old guy who lives 5 10
that
miles
is
away
what he's talking. That is
and
what
owns a
he's
car.
saying. That's exactly what he's saying.
So when this woman swipes right on a 20-year-old college dude and a 30-year-old.
Okay, so do they really believe that, let's say, a woman in college, now that they have dating apps, the majority of them are going to like older guys outside of school and not within, their age range and at their school? I feel like Tinder pushes dating within college even more than before. Since when did that mean that everyone's starting to date older people?
Career guy. She thinks they're both attractive, messages both of them. The 30-year-old guy says, I can pick you up in my Honda Civic and we can go to the lake or go see a movie. And the college guy says, you want to hang out?
That's Tim Pool's idea of a date, is let's get in my Honda Civic and go to the lake.
The boomers used up all the sex.
That's
yeah,
where we
that's
go
right. In
on
the
a date.
60s.
We go to the lake.
In the 60s.
On my dorm with my dorm mates. Which one's she gonna pick?
She's gonna pick the guy who isn't in the dorm.
Right. So
are you gonna pick some guy who's your age, who lives on your campus, who has a dorm, or are you gonna go to the lake with a 30-year-old man? Well, I'm gonna go to the lake with a 30-year-old man.
I mean, so you agree?
Yeah, absolutely.
But would you say that's materialism, or do you think it's just?
I think it's biological.
Explain. What do you mean?
Like it's at the center of who we are as humans. Neanderthals. They would always go to the lake. And in Oklahoma, people genuinely say the lake, and I don't know what lake they're talking about. It's the lake.
Like women are driven to find a mate, whether or not you like it or not. Like we're driven to be like, okay, who can support us? And men are driven to be like, okay, well, who's going to give us healthy children? These are biological impulses that we have. So a woman whose options are a guy with no job, drinks all the time, parties, like it's age appropriate. You should be doing that stuff. But, she had, these.
Do you pronounce it doormates or doormats? Like doormats, maybe when. It's no wonder when the girl doesn't want to go with you.
That was.
Here's the thing though. Like, okay, this is kind of dumb of Tim Pool, okay? Because, like, if I've got the choice between dating somebody that I can, like, potentially have access to at any hour and dating somebody that's, like, off campus, you know what I'm saying?
Her pool. And now she has men who have jobs and money and houses and are ready to do that.
Like, I'm pretty sure that when I was living on campus was a huge advantage in order to date me, like, right?
To be who she is biologically driven to want to be, and so she's going to choose.
Yeah, you have all these guys.
It makes breaking up really awkward, but
who are out there with their Honda Civic wanting to take you to the lake and also want some college girl when they're 30 years old. And that's okay. I want to skip to the part where we talk.
Neanderthals didn't know how to swim, so they never went on dates at the lake. There are no more Neanderthals.
Talks about why he's single. Because so far, this is just about why college-age guys are single.
My childhood. So then that came down to, I can't possibly have babies because of climate change.
Right, which is nonsense.
No, of course.
But I do think it's crazy that I'm about to be 34 and I have no family.
No, what's nonsense is that you think what's nonsense is if you got no like designs on doing anything about climate change and you still want to have kids. That's the nonsense. Is like, oh no, I want to have kids. I'm gonna bring them into a hell world too. Cool, like right? That's the nonsense, Tim. That is the nonsense.
time he was 27.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, you know what the problem is though? It's definitely not me.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's everybody else.
This is the thing, is it's so hard to believe that he said, like, it sounds like something he'd say sarcastically. But it's
Can you believe
apparently
that?
not.
That's like better than parody. Like, how can you come up with that? How that is right. That joke, the jokes are writing themselves.
We assimilated the Neanderthals?
The jokes are writing themselves. Let's keep listening.
So one relationship I was in was a woman had a career.
Uh-huh.
And so we never saw each other. And she's like, I'm not giving up my career. I'm like, well, I'm certainly not.
So is that feminism? Because the guy needs to keep his job and the woman should give up her job to be in a relationship with him. And also, why do they need to give up their careers? His job is online.
Some other women are like, I want to go adventure and do my thing. And I'm
Mhm.
like, I'm all about freedom and liberty. So you do your thing, I guess.
Mm-hmm. I'm all about freedom and liberty. So I guess I have to let you go do what you want to do, and I can't hold you back. But what does this have to do with feminist politics?
And the only option I really have is to be like, no, you must be the wife. And I'm like, that's not me.
Yep, exactly.
So I haven't found.
So you got to find somebody who wants to, start a family and be maybe a stay-at-home mother. Something.
But here's the challenge with that.
Mhm.
My perspective, personality, what I find attractive are all based on liberal urban sensibilities.
Yep.
And so most of the women in that space are going to be fiercely independent careerists and not necessarily compatible.
Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily compatible with me. And if once I take off my beanie, the light will shine off my head and blind them because I am severely bald. So, yeah, that's not. What does that have to do with feminist politics?
Redheads are terrible swimmers?
It
That's
does
science.
sound like it's a you issue because that's what you're into. If you like people that don't like you back, that's not an everybody else issue. That's a you issue.
So, over the past several years, I've been, increasingly successful. I have no problem and no concerns about starting a family whenever I need to.
Mm-hmm.
But most of the women that, I have been with are like,
refuse to feed me hot dogs through the mouth in my head.
can't career.
Yep.
And so there have been some who are like nearly 40.
Mhm.
And I'm like,
Yeah, it's getting up there a little bit.
This lady in the background also is not contributing to the conversation at all. This whole entire thing so far has been him telling her like what she should agree to, and she's like, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's like, does he just have people on his show that will just agree with every single thing he'll say and not
I don't think Moonlord agrees with everything he says, right?
add anything to the conversation?
I'm just saying, like,
40-year-old women are lovely. Okay.
no, it's the issue isn't.
What was that? Who is she looking at there?
40-year-old women are lovely. Okay.
No, the issue isn't them being 40. It's the difference in my age to their age and where I am in my life. And the same is true with younger women too. So I could certainly find like a younger woman who's like, I just want to, and I'm like, but we're just
And
not.
You could come and pick her up on the college campus and take her to the lake. What's wrong with
there's
that?
biology that comes into play too there if you're looking to start a family.
If it's so easy for guys that are...
It's always biology. This is just the way that humans are...
Tim Pool drove someone out to a remote lake for a date. The most prominent thought going through their head is, I am going to die here. This bald weirdo's going to make it happen.
Built, the cavemen. When they used to be attracted to these people who didn't care about their jobs, and here I am.
She's already in her 40s, then there could be some trouble, and that could be hard, and that might not fit your what you want in your life.
Yep.
And that's entirely true. That's biology. And I say this, I'm in my 30s. I'm getting there. So, it's understandable, and
Yep.
it's okay.
I think we're doomed. Thanks for checking out this clip from the Timcast IRL podcast.
Timcast IRL podcast. What do you mean you're doomed?
You got cast twice.
What are you doomed about?
He's a doomer.
Yes, because I think biological
Biological.
your impulses biologically outweigh your social construct. I think it's nature versus nurture, and nature wins in the long run, no matter how much you try to.
That was one of the studies that I was reading the other day as well, that you have all these feminists in San Francisco, when asked, said, oh, I want an equal relationship. And then when they're like, how's your like, how do you date? And they're like, oh, well, when I date, it's traditional gender roles. So what's the future then?
Okay, what's the study? What's the study you were reading the other day that said that? So they interviewed women who think they should have equal rights, and then they immediately said that they didn't want equal right. Like, you really do you really see that study being real? But also, like, when it comes to traditional gender roles or whatever he's saying, like, you want to take care of your family and you want to find a spouse that cares about their career where you guys can have that dynamic, that doesn't mean that it is inherently sexist in your relationship if that's what both of you want and you're both carrying your weight, you know? That doesn't immediately mean that you suddenly believe in traditional gender roles and the man should be the spearhead of the family and the woman isn't able to like have any power in the family and doesn't like have any and doesn't have any ownership. It's like it's much harder to take care of a family and in a whole ass house than a lot of the jobs that like corporate jobs that people have out there where they go to an office and sit at a desk. I'm not saying it's not hard, but like, you know, an ass house.
Men aren't hooking up.
Yeah.
They're not dating.
It's bleak.
What study? What's the study, Tim? And what's bleak?
Yeah.
I mean, we almost need to hit a reset button on just everything.
You want to reset like women's rights? Is that what she's saying?
The apocalypse is
Please
gonna be
tell me that's
slow
not
and
what she
boring.
has in mind.
And this is one of the ways it comes about.
It's not a thing though. Like, people aren't having an issue finding people that they want to be with and having children. Like, I don't know where the issue is, where that's like the issue we should be worrying about. The apocalypse.
Generation now that are of men that are being stunted because of all of the things we've just talked about.
Yep.
You've got an increasingly, this increasing push, right? There was a tweet from Progressive, the insurance company. We need to encourage more women to be CEOs. But if we look at that other data that says that as women get promotions, they're more likely to get divorced. I think what we end up seeing is as women make more and more money, they're less likely to be attracted to the average guy. More women are in school in the United States today than men.
Yep.
So it seems like if the income averages for a college degree versus a high school degree are true, we're going to end up with a generation of women who view almost all men as inadequate. And then you're going to have a bunch of men their age who never had a relationship at all and are going to be stunted, basement dwelling neckbeards. Seems pretty bad.
Dude, wait, back it up. So, he doesn't think that income should be equal between men and women because if women make too much money, they'll stop mating with men and it'll turn guys into incels. So he's saying that we should not make women CEOs, even though data suggests that companies perform better with better diversity within their staff, or within their higher ups or whatever however you want to call it, because if they make more money, then like our population will go down is maybe what he's worried about, or just like guys won't be able to have children.
What happens when they turn 30, do you think? And then they move into the role of the people
He should
who
at least
stole
vary the
and
patterns on his
eligible women
beanie.
from
Yeah.
No, they have no experience with women.
What if he has like
so
10 of those
they'll just move
beanies
into the
in the
basements instead
closet?
of into the role.
Right.
Yeah.
So like for me, I'm a couple weeks away from being 34. But I grew up at a time I was coming of age when these social media platforms were being built. So I exploited all of them.
Yes.
I had a very normal teenage and years and 20s and everything, dating, hooking up, partying, all the good stuff. And I skateboarded all the time and I was arrogant, cocky, just awful person, all that. And the ladies loved it. I'm exaggerating a little bit.
Oh my
but,
God.
I mean, they kind of did.
And that's why I'm not dating anyone right now, and it's all feminism's fault.
It's all
now
because
I'm in
of
my
feminism,
30s,
yeah.
and I can go on dating apps and be like, oh yeah, yep, you got it.
Oh
And then
my
these other guys who are like 26 have no experience because guys like me have dominated the dating apps for the entire time.
Yep.
So when they're 30, they've never dated before.
26-year-olds aren't dating because people like Tim Pool are
Getting all
dominating the
they're
dating apps.
dominating.
Even though Tim Pool's not dating anybody. Anyways.
But if he was dominating, if he was on the dating apps,
man
he would be dominating.
Who's also bald. My grandpa collects stamps. He's made thousands of dollars off it. What the heck? How?
All right, well, we're gonna have to find out how some other time. Chat, thank you for hanging out with me today on YouTube. I might try another stream on Twitch just to see, because like we tried this morning. Oh my god, it was a disaster. It looks like my frames are better now, like because I was having trouble on YouTube too. Now it looks like the frames are all better, so I might go over there and just test out if in fact the frames are better. Maybe play a little bit of Persona 2 Eternal Punishment, because that's the one we're on now. And eventually I'll get around to playing like, you know, some like normal games that aren't like from, when is this thing from? It's like 1999 or something. Yeah, it's like it's an old ass game, but it's got that really cute like sprite art, you know what I mean? Like it's like pre Final Fantasy VII style, right? So I kind of like that. I don't know. But anyway, I'll try to see what I can do on Twitch tonight. Not promising anything though, because it's like that I have not been able to really stream on Twitch without just dropping so many frames. So luckily we stopped doing that here. Hopefully that'll clear up at some point. I don't know what's going on, chat. It might be my internet. It might be a million different things, but we'll have to figure that out. Anyway, much love and meow.